Good afternoon, colleagues. Dr. Sanut will join us in a few minutes. He will start the lecture, and later Dr. Sojino will take over. After Dr. Sojino, between 4 to 6, a guest lecturer from civil service will come and take us on civil service. Good afternoon, colleagues. Dr. Sanut will join us in a few minutes. He will start the lecture, and later Dr. Sojino will take over. So from there, we will now take the other civil service from 4 to 6. If we are good, we'll go ahead. If we are not, we'll postpone the rest to tomorrow. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sojino. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for hosting the meeting. It's nice to be here.
You're welcome, sir. I don't know, some of our colleagues are having challenges. Let's wait for them. I'll try and see if I will just remove the registration so that everybody can just go in without registering. Hello? Oniko correct. Mumbo. Dr. Sanut, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If you are ready, we are also ready, sir.
Doctor, welcome, sir. I salute you, sir. Your boy is greeting you.
Can you see my slide now? Hello?
Yeah, we can see it loud and clear, sir.
Okay. I've tendered my apology for starting a bit behind schedule. It was due to a break in communication. I was expecting that the meeting will be by 2:30, only to be reminded that I've given an option of 1:30 earlier. So please accept my apology. The topic that I've been asked to discuss is an overview of sanitation service delivery in Lagos State. So to do that, we know that this assignment is saddled to the Lagos State Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources. As such, we need to first have an idea of the ministry, how it started. And of course, once it's overview, it has to be chronicle review of activities. And to the best of my knowledge, Ministry of the Environment was first established in 1979 by the government of Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. And without a doubt, we can all believe that has been the season of the foundation of Lagos. with people that actually have an encompassing idea of what it takes to be a city, what it takes to be a state or a country. They consider every aspect of issues that need to be put into consideration and design, and as such, they laid a sound foundation for the state. So with that, Ministry of Environment was thought necessary as at then, so it was created. And as they move into the government, they realized that the only goal that Lagos have is land, because we have more water than the dry land. So as such, there is need to really plan the environment. And as such, the idea of physical planning came to be. So physical planning was therefore joined to the already established Ministry of the Environment. So we now have what we refer to as Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning. And in that Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning under the Akonde regime, we had two offices, Office of Environmental Services and Office of Physical Planning. In 2003, the government disbanded the ministry, separating physical planning to stand alone and with an attachment of urban planning, and Ministry of Environment to stand on its own. So as we move in that same system, there is need for us to give concentration to our drainage service. We have drainage department then in the Ministry of the Environment, but the job is becoming bigger, and there is need for government to meet the challenge of flooding in the state. So an office was carved from the Ministry of Environment, returning it to a twin ministry, or a ministry with twin offices. We have the Office of Environmental Services, and we also have the Office of Drainage Services. So in 2015, with the advent of Governor Ambode, he returned the ministry to Ministry of Environment, and that the Office of Drainage Services should go back to become the Drainage Department, and the ministry move ahead. In 2018, executive order moved the Office of Drainage Services, the department, Drainage Service Department, to Public Works Bureau under the Ministry of Works in the state. And now the last phase that we are occupying now occurred in 2019. By May 2019, when the current administration came to power, it added water resources to the portfolio of the Ministry of Environment, returned the Office of Drainage Services, and now with the creation of a Water Resources Department as part of Office of Drainage Services, Office of Drainage Service, and the Office of Environmental Services. So, but sanitation, as the topic dictates, is one of the schedule or mandates of the Office of Environmental Services in the Ministry of Environment. As such, the mandate of the ministry, which is the vision of the ministry as a whole, Ministry of Environment, is to ensure a flood-free, hygienic, and beautiful Lagos. So to achieve this, then a mission was crafted, and we have what we refer to as a mission to foster a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment that will be conducive for tourism, economic growth, and well-being of the citizenry. And this is in tandem with the state team agenda for the state. So under the Ministry of the Environment, now with this mandate, we have the Sanitation Services Department. Sanitation services in the state started as far back as 1977, and that even predated the creation of the Ministry of the Environment. During the first act 1977, post the festival, Lagos was ranked the dirtiest. I mean, Nigeria ranked one of the dirtiest states, dirtiest country, and Lagos being a dirtiest state. As such, this led to the establishment of what we refer to as Lagos State Refuse Disposal Board to mop up Lagos and handle the waste generation that is increasing as a sort of the immigration of a lot of people to Lagos. Lagos was open as a sort of the effect of the festival. A lot of people that came, not all that are going back, and a lot of people are coming now. Lagos has been showcased and people have seen it to be a pride of the nation. So as such, people are coming. So we now have the refuse disposal board. As it was growing, Lagos is expanding, people are coming more. The disposal board needs to be modified. So as such, in 1981, we have what we refer to as Lagos State Waste Disposal Board, to not just refuse this time around, to take care of the waste, which sanitation is really about by the time we get to that level to define what sanitation is all about. So Lagos State Waste Management Authority came to being in 1991. And this is still, as we all know, constitutionally, issue of refuse and waste packing is for a local government. It's the schedule of local government to handle. But in Lagos has become bigger, and there is much pressure. The rate of growth of the state as a whole cannot go. I mean, the rate of development at the local government level, the capacity at the local government level could not match the rate of growth of the state. So as such, the government look at it and now decided to have an authority where all the local government will sign off that right for the authority to do on their behalf. And that gave birth to what we refer to as the Lagos State Waste Management Authority. Lagos Waste Management Authority was performing excellently, and every other part of the nation, even the West African sub-region, are looking towards Lagos. How have they been doing it credibly? We have the highest population, and the city now becoming a clean Lagos. So the magic that Lagos State Waste Management Authority is performing, other states want to tap into it. Some are even requesting Lagos State Waste Management Authority to come and be their consultant. Some want them to come and be a service provider to their state, if this could be extended, even to countries like Ghana too. We're also looking at Nigeria. So to be able to achieve that, the law that created Lagos State Waste Management Authority was amended in the year 2006 to remove the word state from it, so that it become a corporation on its own, full autonomy, such that it can enter into business. It can go to Ogun to serve as consultant, Lagos Waste Management Authority, not Lagos State, or go to Kano or go to Ghana to render service as Lagos Waste Management Authority. That was achieved with the adjustment of the law in 2006. And because we are looking at sanitation, sanitation has two legs. And that is, by the time I will get to this next slide, we tell you about the definition of sanitation to the full. We have the solid waste management and we have the wastewater management. So in 2010, an office, a department in the Ministry of the Environment that handles sewage, because that is called Sewage Department, was converted and upgraded to an agency and now named Wastewater Management Office. So that gives you the chronicle evolution of sanitation services in the state. So for you to comprehend sanitation, as we are saying, to link with all those things, I want to give you this simplest, or this simple, because you can see have anybody to come up with another one that is simpler than this, these simple definitions. We have sanitation to be provision of one, facilities, and two, services. Sanitation, facility and services to manage the disposal of human waste. Human waste can be classified into two, and that is what I was referring to while we are talking of wastewater. We have fecal waste that comes from us, and we have non-fecal that come from our activities as well. So the two are generated by man. So this waste, our food remnants, our packaged materials, everything, these waste that are generated by human need to be properly managed and disposed such that it's not going to cause harm to human and its environment. So as such, management of that is what is referred to, provision of that facility that is needed to achieve that, and rendering of the service that is needed to achieve that management and disposal is referred to as sanitation. In very close relationship with it, that nearly cannot be separated, is hygiene. And hygiene is practice of keeping oneself and one's surrounding clean. How do you take care of your body? How do you take care of your environment? You realize that your hygiene dictates the state of your sanitation. The way you handle your surrounding, the way you handle yourself indicates the way you are able to manage the waste that are emanating from you. So we have a lot of, and the major thing about hygiene is that its focus is to prevent the occurrence of diseases and to prevent the spread of diseases. So as such, when we have the COVID-19, the number one rule is that we should continue to wash our hands at every interval. That is not to prevent the occurrence, but it's to prevent the spread. So we have environmental cleaning regularly to prevent the occurrence of diseases. We have a lot of food handling, hygiene, and a lot of things that we need to take care of. The method we are doing it is referred to as hygiene. So sanitation is to get the facility available, get the services available to tap into at any time. And I think that definition is is explicit in explanation. So when we look at the clean water and sanitation goal of the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, this is a cardinal, and the sanitation there in that SDG 6 refer to sewage management and solid waste management, which we refer to as sanitation as given in that definition in the previous slide. And with that, we can see that it's not only that every other services that are related to achieving effective management of sewage, efficient management of solid waste is what we refer to as, and that is what the SDG is looking at. So to have a better idea, I give a sanitation service chain, and you realize that the two legs of sanitation that I've pointed out, the sewage management, the solid waste management, both have the same service chain. The service chain is similar. It is just the component that is different. Number one is there is need to contain the waste that is being generated by human being. If it is fecal, it must be contained. That can only be contained when you have toilet, where you can either any type of toilet, that whether it is a seat, water closet, whether it is a pit, latrine, whether we have different types, it must be contained. It's not something, it must separate you from your waste. You can't continue to mingle with your waste. And the same thing with solid waste. Whatever trash. Hello? Am I good?
You're good to go, sir.
Okay.
You're good, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, doctor.
So whatever the trash you are generating, you can't continue to live in your sitting room or in your bedroom or anywhere with the waste. You are removing this one. You finish eating your gala, you want to drop. You finish eating your fruit, you want to drop the stuff. You can't just keep everything together with other. So it must be contained. So the containment is number one in waste, in sanitation, either in fecal waste or in solid waste. And the next of the facility that must be available is there must be provision for way of collecting, effective collection and transportation from the generator. So in our respective homes, like in Lagos, it is not allowed for you to use latrine. Pit latrine has been banned in Lagos. Far back, I think since around early 80s, that to stop that in Lagos. So You have been encouraged to go for septic tank as an extension of your containment. Your toilet leads to a septic tank. Your waste are kept in the bin. So somebody must come to pick it for disposal, which is far away from you. So in the olden days, you talk of the nice summer and all those things. That is not the case. In Lagos, in the past, you talk of the cat pushers and all those things. And they are no more being encouraged. It's illegal for anybody to patronize that. So part of the facility for sanitation that must be available is effective way of collection. And you have trucks coded and well-organized trucks that are taking sewage, and we have the trucks, compacting trucks that are taking the waste. It is still the same value chain. The next from that is taking it to a treatment plant. And with the more so with in the past, as it's been taken during the linear, just take from the containment, go and dispose of into open river, into ditches, bushes around us, gorges. So, but these days, we are shifting from linear to circular. As such, there is need for treatment. In the treatment, you still remove everything that is usable in need, and only what cannot be used again will be disposed of. So we have waste treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, we have solid waste treatment plants, different forms in the chain. And then the last thing is disposal of what we know could not be reused on the two arms or on the two legs of the sanitation. So the next thing now is for us to look at the state, and because we have been looking at the state as it's going, we've considered the evolution of the department, of the ministry leading to the department, and the assignment given to them to do. Now we try to look at those legal framework that the state have been going with. As I told you, the first came even before the creation of Lagos as a state. Before the creation of the Ministry of the Environment, we have Edict 9 of 1977 that created the Lagos Refuse Board. We have the Edict number 55 of 1991 that created the Lagos Waste. We have Lagos Waste Management Authority. We have the Environmental Sanitation Law of 2001. We have Lagos State Water Sector Law that back the creation of the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. And we have ministerial mandate, the last edited 2019, specifying what is expected of respective ministry of government in the state, ministry, department, and agencies of government in the state. Then we have the Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017, although undergoing review, but is still the one that is being applied now, being implemented, that harmonize all laws concerning to environment, of each chapter of it give back to issue of sanitation, taking care of sanitation, sanitation of the two forms, LOMA, LASWAMO, environmental sanitation. All these are all harmonized into the Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017. And recently, we have the WASH Policy 2003 that has just been completed, and it's just to be endorsed, to be signed by the state, approved by the state ESCO. And that's supposed to have been done last week. Hopefully by next week, that will also come to way. All these are, I decided to separate the color. The green color are what are still, that are currently in use, while those that I have put in the brown color are those that have been abrogated by this color. Most of the provisions of those ones have been repealed, and they have been taken care of by the Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017. Just listed for you to see the growth, the move and development as it goes. So now going by the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017, We have the sanitation management framework based on the different schedule of power given to them. Those ministries, Ministry of Environment is the custodian of the law. Its agencies, LASWAMO, LOMA, LASWACO, are directly involved in implementation of the aspect of the law. And we have Ministry of Health, we have Environmental Service Department in the LGAs across the state, as working as cross-cutting MDAs that we are working together in synergy and in collaboration and on the area of sanitation in the state. So I try to give a preamble, just little glimpse of some of the power as provided of those management frame of the agencies that I've listed. Minister of Environment having the overall power, responsible for initiation, formulation, implementation of policies and of environmental programs in the state. Everything about the environment, be it sanitation, conservation, climate change, and all that things, starting with Minister of Environment as the parent ministry. And then that same law empower the ministry to supervise all agencies that have been saddled with responsibility to carry out respective assignments. So the ministry supervises the department that we refer to as sanitation department. It supervises LOMA that handle the solid waste mass aspect. The ministry supervises the Lagos Wastewater Management Office that is responsible for the fecal waste management, and even the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission that is saddled with the assignment of creating a level playing ground and protecting the customer interest when it comes to issue of sanitation and water. So we have LOMA with the major mandate to collect, dispose of waste from streets, roads, designated public places in accordance with permission of the part, and ensure that waste is collected by licensed collectors. That law empower LOMA to engage people to do the service and transport and dispose accordingly. And detail to LASWAMO to provide and improve and extend a system of public sewers for public establishment in the state, and also make provision for discharge of on-site sewage collection system and sewer, such that fecal waste management in the state is in the purview of Lagos Wastewater Management Office. And after that, we have Water Regulatory Commission, Lagos Water Regulatory Commission, to regulate all water. When the state realized that the state cannot afford to meet the needs of everybody, of the residents, everybody in the state, there is need to look for participation from other people, for other sectors. There is need to invite private people into the system to render services. So as such, Lagos Water Regulatory Commission was established, such that it will regulate the activities in the public and the private sector of the state. And we have people that wanted to provide water, people that wanted to treat wastewater. Besides LASWAMO that is doing that of the public by the government, private investor can come in, and LASWAMO is empowered to regulate between them to ensure standard, because they are a business rival cannot be regulating each other, to set, approve, and refuse standard of performance, and as well protect the interests of the customers who are the citizens by so saying. Then we have the Environmental Service Departments in all LGAs, in every local government and relevant agencies. Environmental health officers who are on duty in place, whether in the town or not, shall have power to direct sanitary work. They have the power to direct sanitary work in such area. They can act as sanitary inspectors, and they can also employ people for sanitary inspection in the course. So all the environmental officers in the local government are also part of the sanitary officers of the state. And of course, the Ministry of Health, we have people there. For example, the issue of human generate waste. At a point in time, human will eventually become waste itself. So somebody will now pack the generator of the waste when it has also become waste on its own. And I think that one is that's assignment is specifically the mandate is given to Minister of Health to handle. We have the medical officer or health or health in each of the government or the Ministry of Health to ensure a public hygiene through secondary and primary health delivery. All these are part of sanitation to prevent the incidence and spread of diseases in the state. So I now want to give us a brief of what are existing as sanitation facilities and services in the state that have been provided by those arms of the ministry as mentioned. So when we come to solid waste management services, we have LOMA is saddled with that responsibility, and part of those provisions, the facilities provided across the state and services include the street sweepers and monitoring captains. Both the ministries and also supervise, the ministry supervise both agencies. So we have street sweepers provided by LOMA. We have public own waste collection trucks. The government just 2 years ago purchased 102 compactors for LOMA, and we have private owned in Lagos State now. We have nothing less than about 350 private owned waste collection trucks, compacting trucks. Accordingly, so these facilities are available. Besides, we have strategically located waste collection bins, which is for the containment of waste. And each household in the state is expected to have their own waste collection bin. While strategical locations in the public areas, we have LOMA provision for containment. And maybe the way I've arranged it, I should have started with sweeping, then have the waste containment coming. After the containment, we move to the next service shade, which is the transportation. We have the collection trucks. Then we have some material recovery facilities in the state to do some mega treatment while that area is being expanded. Presently, we have 3 transfer loading stations, and we have 2 material recovery facilities, and as well we have dump sites in the state, 5 dump sites in the state to receive the presently they are receiving both recyclable and non-recyclables, but as by virtue of our definition and sanitation management, they are to receive the non-reusable waste. Then I try to give us the details of those that I have said. The transfer loading stations in the state, we have one in Simpson. It was established in 2009, and it has capacity of treating 1,000 tons of municipal solid waste. The same in Marini, it was established in 2011. That is Kappa in Oshodi. It has 1,000 capacity of 1,000 tons of municipal solid waste with a special provision of incinerator that have 24 tons capacity to treat the medical waste. So also in aggregate, we have a TLS that was established in 2014 with capacity to handle 6,700 tons of municipal solid waste. Now, we have 5 functioning dump sites, although I listed 7 here. 2 are already closed. Let me say 3 are already closed. We have 4 functioning dump sites. So we have Olusosun dump site, the biggest dump site in Lagos. That is not the biggest, the biggest in the metropolitan Lagos. That is the #1 to be seen by everybody coming to Lagos, especially entering through the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And it was established in 1992. It has a capacity of 42.7. It's a 42.7 hectares of land. It has now reached its capacity now. That I can't say it's full. It's over full by now. Then we have Abule Egba dump site that is closed now, but yet to be decommissioned. The capacity of that, it was also established in 1992 to meet the need of the state with a land size of about 10.5 hectares. We have Solus 1 already closed, now established in 1992. We have Solus 2, 7.8, established in 2006, is also closed. We have Solus 3, that is functioning now. That is also about 80% full. So, and that cannot last the state for more than the next 3 to 4 years. It must be replaced or be relocated. So we have Solus 3 established in 2009. We have Uwelekpe. It is 8 hectares capacity dump site. It was established in 2008 to take care of the eastern Ikorodu and some adjoining communities. And we have the biggest in the state, 80 hectares of land in Ekpe that was established in 2010. And that one too now, by virtue of developmental growth of the state, is being wind up to be relocated for development of the Lagos airport that is being planned by the current administration, by the state government. Now we move to the second leg of the other leg of sanitation services provision in the state. And that is the FICA, or the sewage management. As we said, we have community toilets, we have public toilets, we have private owned toilets that across the state. The community are managed by community respectively. We have public that are constructed by Lagos state government, and we have those that are constructed by private owners and that are making their profit for. But the major thing is that the facility is available and the service is being rendered to ensure that the fecal waste generated is being properly contained and taken care of. Then we have organized PSP sewage collection trucks that are being managed, that are being regulated by Lagos Wastewater Management Office. They are registered, they are coded, and they are assigned, just like we have in the case of the solid waste collection trucks. They are assigned and designated, delineated area to work. So once you see the code or the color code, you can know, okay, this one handles this area. And with their phone numbers at any point in time, they can give you address and to collect. Then we have across the state some strategically located preliminary pre-treated sewage discharge points. And also we have built sewage treatment plants in the current day in the state that are built by government. And we have several approved privately owned sewage treatment plants across the state. Location for the preliminary treated sewage discharge point, we have one in Abeson, we have one in Ojota, we have one in Ajegunle, and we have one in Lekki. And also the sewage treatment plants that were established by the visionary government of Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. We have 4 that are still existing, although not performing to optimal, but are still something that we can still make reference to, and that are undergoing a lot of activities as to resuscitation, upgrading, to be able to meet the needs of the state. We have one in Alausa established in 1982, 10,000 to handle fecal regeneration from population of not less than 10,000 people. And that is currently taking care of the Secretariat, Alausa, all of us in the Ministry of Environment and other ministries, as well as far as even the ShopRite is also benefiting from that, the Ikeja Mall. So we have Iponri, established in 1983 with population capacity of 10,000. We have Okeafa, established in 1985 with a population capacity to serve 40,000. And we have Abeson, established in 1985 to service a population of nothing less than 50,000. And so with this, the expected outcome or the impact of these sanitation services in the state is to ensure that we eliminate open defecation, which is the source of a spread of diseases, to ensure a sanitary waste management, which could be a source of disease incidence, then reduction in incidence and spread of diseases where we have. This is, if we are able to make use of these facilities and services very well, it will not ensure, it will reduce the spread of the disease. Then it will to bring about the clean environment, household, community, drainage market, which are the mandate or the vision of the Lagos State government to achieve a safe, healthy, clean, that will support the economic development of the state. So having gave this review of the activity so far, then I believe that areas that we need to look into is to review the state sanitation and hygiene activities to be in tandem with the development, the recently developed WASH policy. The WASH policy is recent. It has been able to address some gray areas that have not been taken care of while the 2017 law was being promulgated. And so those areas have now been repackaged in the policy, and which eventually some of it we have to go into the review of the state environmental management law. Then we have to shift from reactive infrastructural development. We realize that what is going on in the state now is reactive. Lagos is expanding day by day. It is expected that we know that Lagos is growing and we have a projected growth rate. And the plan should be, as they are moving, the state is supposed to be planned. Facilities, infrastructural facilities, services that is going to meet should be put in place. Not that it is after development has occurred that we now be saying this is not there, we have to do this, we have to do that. And that can best be done by the civil servants in the state. You have to come up with ideas, put to table, right, put forward to the government. If it is implemented, good. If it's not yet implemented, it will be in the reserve that at any point in time can look into it. Then we have to expand the actors in financing and implementing the sanitation services in the state. We realize that why we are saying that, why some projects are not being carried out, is because of funds. Paucity of funds has always been something limiting the public service. So as such, we have to expand the actors. We have to consider private sector. This is one thing Lagos is known for. We have to tap fully into the public-private participation. We have to consider the CSR. Let all the companies in Lagos give back to the state in the area of sanitation to achieve an effective and efficient sanitation and hygiene state. Then the state needs to work, all the state MDAs, cross-cutting MDAs, as please said, have to work together in synergy in the way of their data gathering. Their activities must be integrated. One should be leading to one, and one should be giving back to one. And then we should be able to have a data bank that will capture everything that's being done by respective agencies, departments of the ministry, such that a one-stop desk should be for sanitation activity, for sanitation data and information in the state. So with this, I've been able to just give a glimpse of the sanitation service delivery in the state. Thank you very much for the audience you've given while I stand by to answer to some questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We, on behalf of everybody, we thank you for sharing in your wealth of knowledge about sanitation activity in the state. So the floor is open. We are doing this because we know that some of our colleagues are not in sanitation, some are in other agencies, and people felt, okay, the PS or some people may decide to ask us questions that are not related to to us. As far as you are a management staff, in Ministry of Environment, whether you are in Loma, whether you are in LASEPA, you are anywhere, you are expected to familiarize yourself with the general knowledge of Ministry of Environment, because first, Ministry of Environment is your parent ministry, and all of us, at the core activity we are doing is sanitation. So whether it is industrial sanitation, whether it is domestic sanitation, everybody is sanitation. So the PS may decide to coin the question, or the people coming from outside, if somebody from civil service decided to ask you, okay, relate sanitation with the team's agenda of Mr. Governor, you can say, I'm in LASEPA, or I'm in Loma, or that's not my department. And that's why we are doing this, to just give ourselves heads up so that we can all carry each other along in the promotion exercise. So the floor is open. Thank you very much. Mr. Tokpa, you are recognized, please. We can hear you.
Hello.
Tokpa, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Okay, Tokpa, we can hear you now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Can you please help us relate the sanitation to the team agenda of the special administration? Just the way you said it. Thank you.
Yeah. The team agenda, the H of the team plus agenda is health and environment. And in the environment that is referred to there, it refers majorly to preventive health. And that is exactly what sanitation is all about. Prevent the incident of disease. Prevent the spread of disease. If the incidence is prevented, then you've been able to achieve preventive health. There will be much pressure on our health facilities. If you are able to reduce the spread of the disease, then you'll be able to reduce the pressure on the health. So they are lobbied together, because what we are looking at is reduction of disease outbreak. We want to reduce the people in the health sector. So if there is flooding in the state, there will be outbreak of disease. If all the conservation area are all eroded, there will be disease, because animals that are supposed to live there, eventually will live together. There will be cross infection of diseases. There will be pressure on the health. So as far as the team agenda plus is concerned, environment is preventive aspect of health for the team, and that is why they are concentrating on prevention than cure, while the health is the curing of disease outbreak. I think that is a simple way of explanation. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a question. The question is on the chat box. It said, please, can you summarize the former sanitation policy with the new one, and why the advocacy for another? I can't really, I don't know. So,
you mean
I know before, yeah, before normally we just have national policy on sanitation, but now it has been upgraded to wash and sanitation. Probably just explain to maybe those who are just joining us the new wash policy and why it's so focused on advocacy more than just reacting. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All these things are still the same thing. We are just packaging. What we are doing all over the world now is packaging to move with the trend. When we talk, you talk of teacher, you talk of lecturer, you talk of trainers. So it's just been packaged. So in the WASH was is an acronym for water, sanitation, and hygiene. Because of the Sustainable Development Goal, number 6 that I pointed in that slide, that says there should be access to water, and then there should be access to sanitation and hygiene. So that was now crafted out of sanitation, that we have to concentrate on that. Why WASH is not considering much of solid waste. WASH is concentrating on fecal waste management. And that is why what we'll be talking about in WASH is how do we handle our sewage, how do we have adequate toilets, how do we ensure that hygiene are achieved. So those are the areas that we are talking about. Now, in the current, in the recent WASH policy, you know, there are some provision, the policy is an advice to government, and that will now be backed up with law if it is workable. There are some areas that is believed that could be disbundled, that where this is disbundled, specific assignments are given to specific agencies, to specific departments to handle, rather than modeling it together. And that is the essence of the policy that is being implemented. So I don't think there is much divergence between the policy and the law for now, but there are some creation that the policy is bringing on board. So now, as to the issue of advocacy is still an aspect of preventive health. We realize that most of this issue of sanitation has to do with habit, and that is why I join hygiene to sanitation. When you have the facility, when you have the service, but your personal disposition is also very key and germane. A lot of people we have, even in their office, in their respective offices, they have dustbin, but just generating little paper, they can throw it anyhow. So there is need for advocacy to tell people, we know it doesn't cost you to stand from your seat and drop that thing in that dustbin. If that is achieved, then we have been able to contain the waste, or whichever. Why must you just urinate by the wall? A public toilet is not far from you. If you enter that filling station, you can easily you can ease yourself and use the restroom there. So advocacy is to bring about hygiene that will be a vehicle for sanitation to achieve the sanitation service delivery. So it is very important. We are trying to change the mindset of people from that the usual fixed mindset to a change. And I think
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Olaoye Stephen, you asked to stop you. Mr. Olaoye Stephen, so we are.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir, with your question.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank the doctor. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Hello,
yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to say, thank you.
The network is not good. We are not hearing you.
Doctor, for this very. Yeah, just hold on, sir. Okay, I will.
Okay, better now.
Can you hear? It's better now, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to thank once again, sir, for the lecture, and I want to thank the organizer too. I just need you to help me repeat the slide on the mandate of Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, and also the Lagos Sanitation Management Framework. I need you to give me a little a recap on those two subtopics, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
This is it this?
No, sir. The one on no, not this one, sir. The mandate of Minister of Environment
Okay.
And water resources.
Yes.
Sure, sir. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, and this one too. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. I've seen what I'm trying to get, sir. Then the second question I want to ask, sir. Are you with me, sir?
Okay. I'm with you.
I want to know if this training is a continuous one tomorrow or is a repetition of what we just have today, sir.
It's continuous. Another one
Okay,
comes
sir.
tomorrow.
Okay, sir. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dr. Sojinu will take us after Dr. Sanut. So if we don't have any other questions or any other observation, we say thank you, sir. For...
KSA, please, can I please have a word?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are free, sir. Mr. Woni, Pastor Woni, you are free, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm trying to use a network issue. KSA, do I have the floor, please? The floor, please.
Yeah, you have the floor,
Yes.
sir.
Hello, KSA.
Yes,
You
yes,
have,
you have
you
the
have
floor.
the floor, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, KSA. I want to sincerely appreciate the organizers of this program. I want to say a big thank you very much, sir. Dr. Sanut, thank you very much for that wonderful session. And I believe that it's getting better. I want to sincerely appreciate you. I just want to ask that, please, I think because of the network challenges, majority of the words are just using wisdom to really follow. I don't know whether it's because of my own local environment. So I want to please ask if it's possible to get the this document sent to us, or maybe either the recorded one, or I think if you can actually have the document, I think it will go a long way to really help us, so that those areas we couldn't get properly, we will be able to go through them again. Thank you again and again. And I thank Dr. Sojinu, who is equally coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, I think after the program, we'll share the slide with the permission of the author on all our professional platform. And
Okay.
also the recorded version will be on the YouTube page. We are live,
Okay.
also live on YouTube. So the recorded version will be on YouTube page, and also send the Zoom recording. So for some of our colleagues who said they have family engagement, so that they can at least by Monday, Tuesday, if we upload it today. So if you miss it, you can listen to it again on Sunday or Monday before the interview. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Said, you're on.
Please back. Thank you very much.
Mr. Said, you have the floor.
Mr. Said, we are listening to you. Please talk up. We are not hearing you.
I think Said, I think it's network. Maybe you use the chat. Maybe the chat box.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Mr. Nicholas.
Hello, Nicholas is talking.
Yes, sir.
Nicholas, you can go on.
Okay, sir. I'm very grateful for the update and the lecture, sir. I want to ask, how can we take care of transboundary dumping of waste, maybe into the lagoon or sea? You know, like what sanitary aspect can we use? Like dumping of waste from other neighboring country into our ocean. How can we sanitize that? Thank you, sir.
You see, we have some transboundary laws, agreements that have been signed between states and countries. But in Nigeria, within the state of Nigeria, I don't think we have any such agreement. And for the environmental or sanitary officers, including you and I, to be vigilant so as to be able to trace people, culprits that we find doing that. It is only by monitoring and policing of our territorial area that we can achieve that. In Nigeria, people can move from one state to another unless you have the opportunity of seeing what they are carrying, that one can now use the law of the state to apprehend and teach such. However, internationally, we have a lot of agreement that Nigeria is signatory to on transboundary movement of classified waste.
Okay, waste. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Denelson, you're on.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, KSA and Enviro Talk for organizing this training. I've sent my question earlier on the chat group, but I think it's not being noticed. That's why I want to speak about it. Dr. Sanut, please, I would like you to speak a little on LUWASH, especially for the benefit of those scientific officers that are not in the agencies of the Ministry of Environment. Some people are in commerce, some people are in agri, some are in health. So, and they don't have any idea about LUWASH, which is another aspect of WASH that is being talked about presently. So maybe you should just, briefly speak about LUWASH. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Just as he has said, we have what we refer to as Lagos Urban WASH, LUWASH. And this is to assist the state government in addressing some critical sanitation, water and sanitation challenges in the state. Presently, we have grants from USAID assisting the government in area of studying to identify the gaps in those areas in the area of urban wash and sanitation, water, sanitation and hygiene in the state. And also this LUWASH is looking at giving some technical support as well as to some extent some infrastructural support. And that has just commenced last year in the state and is going to run for the next 5 years. The support from the USAID is running for the next 5 years. So details of that, I think we cannot just look in for more. Offhand now, I can only just give you that introduction to it.
Thank you, sir.
And you can as well add to it for the benefit of those of other people, those ones that are at hand with you there. We can share. This is a classroom.
You have given a brief of it, sir. I think that information is adequate for anybody to respond to any question that comes from there.
Okay, we have 7 more minutes before Dr. Sojinu comes in. So if you still have anything to free. So for people going to 15, 16, you can be asked to formulate policy or talk about the policy on sanitation. What's your plan? Yes, I think the PS, the last time, the question the PS asks most of us is, okay, in your department, you are doing something, okay, give us solution. He asks us to give solution to the states. there are some challenges in the states. Okay, my director, give me 2 solutions that you think can help the state in your ministerial mandates. So these are likely questions the permanent secretary asked when we had our own interview in Magodo. So most of the question he asked are application. He did not ask definition. He asked us to apply what we are doing to the challenges in the states. Look at what is happening. So how will you help? We have reoccurrence of open defecation in the states. How can you help the states to capture it? Or what are the likely solutions you feel the states can look up to? Street trading is a major challenge in the states. What are other things you think we can do apart from what the state government is doing now? We have a styrofoam ban. We are trying to help people to avoid single-use plastic. As a scientific officer, as a director in Ministry of Environment, what are other contributions you can put forward for the ministry, for the state government to do? So these are likely questions. These are likely questions. If I'm the examiner or I'm the person who is, so these are likely questions I want us to get ourselves prepped up. Environment is in the eye of everybody in the state now. So even people from the civil service, they even bought into ask some of the selected questions. So, and that's why we are here. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Doctor. I think we should. Yeah, application. So we'll give the floor to Dr. Soijinu, while we can use the next 4 minutes to get water, stand up and stretch our body. We know we have a lot of gerontologists, old people here.
I'm still raising my hand.
Why you want to ask question again?
Yes,
I so we can stretch our legs, good. Stretch our legs, stretch our body. Take water while we wait for Dr. Soijinu to come around. And on behalf of everybody, we express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Sanut for giving us a wonderful lecture on sanitation, the overview. At least for those of us who are not in sanitation department, we have been able to gain 1 or 2 from the slide, and we'll share the slide also, so that we want each and every one of us to be. Yeah. So tomorrow, after Dr. Soijinu, the person from civil service will come. We will have civil service rule for 2 solid hours. We'll have civil service rule for 2 solid hours. After that, Mr. Bankole will come and talk about climate change and climate change issues in the States. So we can call it a day. But then tomorrow from, I don't know, maybe we'll start from 4. If we can take nearly all our classes today, tomorrow from 4, I will talk about policy. Pastor Soijinu will talk about policy today, but policy in terms of scientific aspects. But I will just share with us policy, administrative policy, different administration in the States, their policy trusts, their programs, the actions, then accumulating on the team's agenda of Mr. Governor. Then the second part will be talk of general communication in the civil service with the focus on explaining executive memo. The purpose is to the executive memo. So what is an ESCO memo? Why do you write an ESCO memo? What are the contents of an ESCO memo? That is what I will take in later part of tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll wait for Dr. Soijinu to come in. My sister, you're raising up your hand. Ceci, did I get right? Topa, are you still raising up your hand or you are still playing?
Yes,
so
yes, I'm still raising my hand because I was on YouTube. So you couldn't answer my question, so I need to come back to Zoom.
Oh, sorry,
Am I good to go ahead? I want to talk to Dr. Sanud, please.
Yeah, I think if it's still on, you can, ma'am.
All right. I sent a question to the YouTube. This is about the law that abolished the pit latrine. What I know is there's a law, the edit of 1986 that abolished pit system in Lagos State. And this argument has been coming up in the office that pit latrine has been abolished. But we've searched all the law and we couldn't even get any law that abolished pit latrine. So I don't know if Dr. Sanud can put emphasis on that or give us more light into that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. If doctor is there, but if doctor is not there, so it's something I've also I heard about the gist in the week. Basically, the law in Nigeria during the military era, any pronouncement by the military is called an edit. And immediately the civilian comes in, that edit automatically becomes a law. So we have Lagos State compilation of Lagos State laws. Compilation of Lagos State law. I wouldn't know what the section public toilets is, but before we finish, I will look at the section of the law. So yes, it was Buba Marwa, I think it's Buba Marwa who made the edits. And after, when Governor Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to power, all the laws were compiled together, making laws of Lagos State. So most of those laws changed from edit to what? To law. Like ours, it was sanitation edit. Our own too was sanitation edit, 1986 or something like that. But later it was moved to sanitation law. And before it was changed to Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law. So automatically, it has changed from edit to law after, if it is part of the compilations of laws of Lagos State. You know, laws of Lagos State, it's whether agri, environment, fiscal planning, they put them together and put using alphabetical section. Immediately, while Dr. Sojinu is taking his class, I will go back and look at it. I think I have the law. I have the soft copy of all the laws of Lagos State on my system. I'll try and check the particular section. So also in the arguments, while we were discussing with somebody, nothing stops us from prosecuting anybody that still have public toilet, pit latrine in Lagos State. Nothing stops us because in the edit, it says at the expiration of I think it was November. It was November. And if I can recollect, Mrs. Mark Ojuola led the team of people that carried out the survey. They actually carried out a survey that period before the edit was promulgated, and they gave a moratorium period. So if that moratorium period has expired, I don't expect to see anybody having pit latrine in Lagos State in 2024. I hear we have some in Agege. I hear we have pit latrine in Agege. How can pit latrine be in Agege 2024? So we don't need law to prosecute those people. That's my own take. Doctor is here.
Thank you, Mr. Lasisi.
Thank you. Yeah.
Actually, it is a very good observation that is being raised by Mrs. Bangbadi. Sincerely, I think what we have been reading is pale latrine. And we know that the pale latrine then is where it's more like having a pit, but the pale will now be picked in the midnight by the sawman to go and throw away. I think what was abolished by executive order then was pale latrine.
Yes.
But I've had severally, the same way I was passing the message too, that is pit latrine. But what has been narrated by Mr. Lasisi now is another very good angle to look at it. Maybe by the time he's able to check those records, we can now be able to straighten the record on it. But on your homework website in LASWAMO, it is clearly written there that the state government has enacted, even what was enacted, the law. I don't know if you have access to that. Abolition of pale latrine system
Is pay with sachets, sir.
Do you have the law that abolish paying latrine?
Yes, we have it, sir. But we just need more confirmation before we start, because anybody can say the pit latrine is still, there's no law stopping it from using.
It's true.
So
that is what I said. We've always been hearing and we've been passing that. So it's true. We have to look at that. So, but if by the time Mr. Lasisi return with the search on the public figure, if it is paid, then we have to refer ourselves to the paid. But we have to move ahead a bit to some areas in the state. The areas with high water table, especially starting from the highland back to Ijosa. We will not allow, so we can come up with a policy, submission, a policy that is going to address that. That I even proposal a memo to get to
the governor. Yeah.
That. So why pit may still be in the mainland, like when you are talking of Agbado and Agege area, we still have places that you can, before you get water there, you go for as far as 80 deep or 120. So. Yes, so we may have to consider that. That is one of those areas we have to look to, and those are our job as policy makers, as scientists. So we have to look at that. So maybe after this, that is good for us to have a rehearsal for promotion now.
Sir.
After the promotion, let us sit down and consider that and come up with advice to the state government on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
For that good observation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Sojinu can come in now. We are waiting. Or anybody with any other question? Thank you. Dr. Sojinu is already with us. He's just trying to get its system on. Sorry for the time. Thank you. Like I said, I know we have some grandpa with us and some grandma. Uncle Nicholas, I know I work with grandpa, you know, too.
Kilo wà ń bẹ̀. What are you looking for? Oh, tí ìfọ̀ aṣọ ẹ̀sìn wọ́n dẹ̀ ti múná lọ. Chat láti fọṣọ tán.
What is back?
Is in the washing machine.
Yes.
Mute. Mute the speaker.
wàá yọ omi ẹ̀ má jẹ́ kẹ́yìn wọ náà. Òróró yẹn là ní. Ó gẹ̀tì.
Yeah.
Your answer. Hello, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, my senior directors, my colleagues, and everyone on this platform. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm struggling to join. I have been battling with, trying to get my slides
don't know what happened. I can't actually locate my slides right now on the system, and this is very surprising. But in any case, since it's a slide prepared by me, I'm going to speak to the slide. So I will be speaking to the slides. I will send the slide eventually through Mr. Lasisi to everybody. Right now, I cannot present with the slides, and this is very unfortunate. Can we hear me, please?
Yes, we can
Yes, we
hear
can.
you.
That's all right, Doctor.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, we can hear you, sir.
Dr. Sanut, I wasn't asking you. I wasn't asking Dr. Sanut. So good afternoon once again. What I will be doing.
Sir, you have to off one of your systems. I think your phone is on and your laptop is also on. No, both are on, so you have to off one. It's either the laptop or the phone.
I think I'm good now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so what I will be talking about is public policies in Lagos State. I actually titled it Trending Public Policies in Lagos State. Unfortunately, I can't, I don't know what happened. I'm actually in the office, and that was what I've been working on since I got here. Unfortunately, I don't know. I think the devil is just a liar. So because there are other people who probably are part of this meeting this afternoon, who probably are hearing about policies for the first time, I will just try to explain what a policy is. So I will talk briefly about what a policy is. Thereafter, I will talk about public policy. Then I will mention some key public policies in Lagos, because this training is actually to prepare us for possible questions during oral interview. It's not the real structured training for job specific. And because we don't know what is in the mind of the interviewer or the interviewers, we can only try to go as far as we can and see whether one or two can be part of what they will ask. And so what we are just doing is to preempt. Is more or less like a preemptive discussion on issue of policies. And so I just plead with you to follow me, because I don't have slides to present now, but you get the slides latest on Monday. I will sort that out. So what exactly is a policy? What exactly is a policy? And then what exactly is a public policy? A policy, simply defined, is a set of guidelines or proposed actions that have been adopted to address a particular issue or challenge. You know, when an individual make a policy, he is trying to address a particular issue, and in the policy he or she articulates the actions or the steps to take in addressing that issue. And so a public policy is simply a set of actions or guidelines adopted by government in addressing public challenges, most times social issues. So the difference between a private policy, an organizational policy, and a public policy is that a public policy is by government. So a public policy is actually a set of actions or a set of guidelines adopted by a government specifically to address a particular public problem, a particular public challenge, a particular public issue. And I give you an example. Styrofoam pollution, styrofoam blockage of our drainage channels, styrofoam taking over our waterways, our fishes eating, microplastics. And so the government make a policy statement of banning styrofoam. That is a step, an action that government has deemed necessary to address the problem of flooding being caused not just by styrofoam alone, but styrofoam as a major contributor. I give you another example, maybe more than just styrofoam. Lagos State government observed, and the Ministry of Environment observed, that plastic wastes, particularly single-use plastics and styrofoams, are major contributors to flooding in Lagos because they block our drainage channels. Go and check our canals. They are the major culprits. So Lagos State government came up with what we know today as the plastic waste management policy that highlights step-by-step actions to be taken, highlighting responsibilities for different parties on what to do in addressing, the challenge of plastic waste policy in the state. So that is a public policy. Let's deviate out of environment a little. People are losing their limbs, they're losing their legs. People are even dying as a result of the use of motorbikes across the state. As good as they are helping us to move from one point to the other, the casualty rate in hospitals were increasing. Families were losing their breadwinners. Children were becoming orphans. They were losing their fathers, sometimes losing their mothers because of the popular Okada riding. So government decided that, look, we'd rather save our people, save the life of our people, than to just allow this to continue. So government made a policy statement of banning the riding of Okada on some routes in the state. So what government saw a problem. We can't continue to lose lives. And the government decided that to solve this problem, we need to take this action. That's basically what a public policy is. There are three major basics in having a public policy. Number one, a public policy must identify a problem. It must identify a problem. It is usually targeted at solving a problem. Solving not personal problem, but a social problem, a public problem. And I've given several examples now. So a public policy must first identify what the problem is to solve. Number two, a public policy must set goals. The goals you want to achieve. What is the policy set out to achieve? What does it want to achieve? What do we intend to achieve with the plastic waste management policy? We will have a timeline. In the next 20 years, we want to reduce plastic waste to maybe 70%. In another 10 years, maybe to 50%. Another 20 years, maybe we want to go to 10%. And then maybe we want to achieve a zero plastic waste, in the nearest future. So there are goals that the public policy must set. And then number three, the third one is that a public policy must now have what we call policy actions. Policy actions. what are we to do to achieve the goals we have set, and then to solve the problem we have identified. So I have mentioned three things. There are three major fundamentals for formulating or implementing a public policy. Number one is that it must identify a problem. It must be targeted at a problem. Number two is that it must set goals, smart goals, goals that are measurable. We must be able to measure the goals. We must have a key performance indicators, that will measure whether we are achieving those goals or not. And that is what happens when you are doing a policy appraisal. You are trying to see if that policy is achieving the desired goal. And then number three is that the policy must have policy actions to be taken in addressing, in achieving the goals you have set, and also in solving the problem that you have identified. So let's look at a few The first one I would like to talk about, of course, is trending now. Trending now as a major global Lagos state policy document is the Lagos State Development Plan .
We can't hear you, sir. Hello, sir.
I'm sorry, I have some. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I think I don't know whether it's the network I'm using here or something. So the Lagos State Development Plan 2052 is important, and I'm going to say a few things about it, as we go on. Another policy document that we must be abreast with, of course, is our own Lagos State Plastic Waste Management Policy. Lagos State Plastic Waste Management Policy. We also have other policy documents that are not just within our own purview, but that's also cut across some other sectors. You have the Lagos State Transport Sector Reform Policy. You have the Lagos State Electricity Policy. Just to mention but a few. These are policy documents that are driving some of the programs and projects of government. So we need to probably get ourselves abreast with what is happening, because when you get into, particularly for those of us who are getting into the management cadre, you need to know not everything, but a bit of everything. And so it's important that you get yourself abreast with some of these documents. But permit me to spend some time to talk to you about the Lagos State Development Plan 2052. Number one, It is a 30-year development plan that spans from 2022 to 2052. It has what we call the immediate terms, goals to achieve. It also have what we call the midterm goals to achieve. The document is a document of the Lagos State government. It's more or less the Bible for development in the state, or if you like, call it the Quran for development in the state. It has four major pillars. And these pillars are the driving focus. In fact, you can call it the four major objectives of the Lagos State Development Plan 2052. Number one is to achieve a thriving economy. So pillar one is thriving economy. Pillar one is thriving economy. And it speaks to the fact that Lagos, will have at the end of this plan, will be able to have a robust, healthy, and growing economy. Must have a robust, healthy, and growing economy with adequate jobs and strategic investments to support growth. Lagos will have what we call robust, healthy, and growing economy with adequate jobs and strategic investments to support and to sustain growth. So it has four major pillars. I'm talking about the Lagos State Development Plan 2052. That's four major pillars. And it has 447 initiatives. The LSDP 2052 has 447 initiatives. These initiatives are broken under the four pillars. I just mentioned the pillar number one is thriving economy. Pillar number one has under it 162 initiatives. Pillar number one has under it 162 initiatives. And so when you take pillar number one, which is thriving economy, the initiatives to be implemented by government to achieve that particular pillar is 162. 162. So that is pillar number one, or objective number one, as you may want to call it, whichever way you choose to call it. Pillar number two is what we call human-centric city. We want to achieve a human-centric city. Human, H-U-M-A-N hyphen centric city. In other words, a city that is focused on the people. And so this development plan also have the people in mind. So the second pillar is to have a human-centric city. And this particular pillar speaks to every Lagosian having access to affordable and world-class education, healthcare, and social services. Every Lagosian, everyone residing in Lagos, having access to affordable and world-class education, world-class healthcare, and world-class social services. That is the focus of that particular pillar, human-centric city. And under that pillar, are 76 initiatives. 76 initiatives to be implemented under that pillar. And if you already see what that pillar is speaking to, you can run in your mind quickly what agencies or MDAs will be responsible in achieving that particular pillar. And so it will be they will be implementing 76 initiatives under that pillar. And then when you go to pillar number 3, of course, is Lagos, we want to have modern infrastructure. So pillar number 3 is modern infrastructure. Modern infrastructure. Modern infrastructure. And that speaks to the fact that Lagos will have reliable and sufficient infrastructure that meets the needs of a 21st century city. Lagos want to have reliable and sufficient infrastructure that meets the needs of a 21st century city. That is what that pillar, modern infrastructure, seeks to achieve. And under that pillar are 92 initiatives. 92 initiatives. Incidentally, Ministry of the Environment falls under that pillar. So in case you are asked, under which pillar of the LSDP 2052 does your ministry falls under? The Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Physical Planning, Works, falls under this particular pillar. This pillar is modern infrastructure. You'll be wondering why are we under a pillar that speaks to infrastructure? Well, you will probably get to know as we make progress. And then the fourth pillar is effective governance. Effective governance. Pillar number 4 is effective governance. Lagos will have supportive and enabling environment that creates opportunities for all Lagosians. Lagos will have supportive and enabling environment that creates opportunities for all Lagosians. This pillar speaks to all Lagosians having opportunities to excel, opportunities to achieve their dreams, opportunities to fulfill their dreams, you know. So, and it is when the people have enabling environment, when you have governance structure that provides enabling environment, that is when people can fulfill their dreams and aspirations. So the 4 pillars again are, number 1, pillar 1 is thriving economy. It has 162 initiatives. Pillar 2 is a human-centric city. It has under it 76 initiatives. Pillar number 3, modern infrastructure. Modern infrastructure, it has under it 92 initiatives. And pillar number 4, effective governance, and it has under it 117 initiatives. 117 initiatives under pillar number 4. So when you add these initiatives together, it should give you 447 initiatives that are meant to drive, you know, the achievement of the goals, you know, that are set for this, you know, LSDP 2052. So let's come to modern infrastructure and let's speak to environmental protection. Environmental protection is under modern infrastructure in the LSDP 2052. And that is where the environment family, everything about the environment family falls in. Everything about the environment family. The Ministry of the Environment and her agencies, LASWAMO, Lagos Water Corporation, Lagos Water Regulatory Commission, LASEPA, all of the agencies of the ministry falls within the environmental protection sector, and this sector falls strictly under modern infrastructure. But surprisingly, there are 2 major focus for the environmental protection sector in this development plan. Number 1 is waste management. Waste management is one focus, and number 2 is water and sanitation. So the 2 major focus for the environmental protection sector under the LSDP 2052 they are waste management and water and sanitation. And each of these focuses, you know, the waste management and water and sanitation, each of them have 17 initiatives each. 17 initiatives each. So for the environmental protection sector, we have 34 initiatives 34 initiatives that that sector is responsible for the implementation. And so you can avail yourself a copy of this document. You can go online and download it, for your personal use to see exactly some of the things we have talked about. And of course, it's important that you have a copy of this, particularly if you are in a management cadre, at this level, you need to have this document, because it is expected that in budgeting, our MTSS and our budget proposals are supposed to be targeted towards achieving, towards implementation of the initiatives that are within our sector. And as a matter of fact, the tracking and the measurements of whether we are performing or not will be based on the kind of MTSS with measure submission of the budget, annually. So that, of course, is important for me to stress again. I don't know how many more minutes I still have, Mr. Lasisi. Hello, host.
Yes, sir. You have 9 minutes more so that we can take questions. So because the demand that will take us civil service will start by 4 to 6, then Bankole will do.
Okay.
But if you're available tomorrow evening, you can continue.
Now, let's talk about the plastic waste policy. Okay. If there's a need for it, let's hope there won't be any need. But if there's a need for it, no problem. To the plastic waste management policy. The plastic waste management policy, like I said before, was meant to address the challenge, and it is important that we understand zooming. Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I will.
Let me be sure you can hear. Okay. My network is misbehaving. By the time I begin to use iPhone like all of you, I won't be having this. The management of plastic waste in the state. This policy has gone through ESCO, and some little changes have to be made here and there, and it's waiting for final ratification of the ESCO for implementation. That is to provide you by way of information. Now, you may be asked to justify the ban on styrofoam. That also was identified as a major plastic waste in the policy. And it is important that we should know that the ban of styrofoam, though may appear sudden, but it's not something that just happened suddenly. As far as back as 2021, the National Council on the Environment, at a National Council meeting, that involved all the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Ministry of Environment, took a policy decision as far as 2021 on the need to ban styrofoam. And of course, granted a moratorium period of 2 years, for advocacy and for people to begin to look for alternatives. And so when people say Lagos State just suddenly banned styrofoam, it is not absolutely correct. The truth is that the discussions around the ban of styrofoam began as far back as 2021, not just at the state level, but at the national level, at the highest decision-making body on environmental issues in Nigeria, the National Council on the Environment. And so the ban was targeted at achieving 3 major things. One, to protect the environment, to protect the environment. Now, styrofoams don't degrade easily. Some of them spend hundreds of years in degrading, and the environment is at the receiving end of the impact of plastic waste pollution. Number 2 is to protect the health of the citizenry. You may say that styrofoam directly may not be impacting on the health of the people, but microplastics that get into the water bodies, when they get consumed by fishes and other marine organisms, and human beings have access to consuming those things, we automatically consume microplastics, and then we have exposure to carcinogenic materials, and then there are potentials for cancer. And then number 3 reason why it has to be banned in Lagos is because it's a major, what do I call it now? Challenge in flood control. They block our drainages, and government is spending billions of naira year in and year out in trying to manage that challenge created by not just styrofoams, but also other plastic waste. And so it is no-brainer for any government, of course, to fold arms and watch this continue. That's that. Let me quickly go straight to the electricity sector policy, where we have government looking at, in 2014, I think 2014, yes, if I'm right, the Lagos State Electricity Board did a study that shows that, it's only about 1,000 megawatts of electricity that is being supplied to Lagos, through the grid, and that off-grid supply of electricity from our generators and other sources of electricity forms about 15,000 megawatts. And so Lagos is receiving maybe just about 1,000 megawatts for just about 12 hours in a day. And government need to prioritize, electricity supply if we must achieve her Team Plus agenda. And so government, through the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and particularly the Lagos State Electricity Board, is now implementing some policy actions to address the issue of electricity. And government is now trying to supply electricity to hospitals, particularly primary health care centers, some selected general hospitals, and some secondary schools in the state through the solar power solution. So they are now providing solar power solutions to some selected secondary schools, about over 100 of them, and public primary health care centers, as well as some general hospitals, to ensure that the people of Lagos can receive, efficient healthcare service delivery, because when you have steady power supply, equipment can work, people can have a good environment to work, and then you don't go to hospitals and then the doctors are lighting candles to be able to attend to you. So that is another major policy direction that is also going on in Lagos. maybe we should retract back and let me conclude with this. You may be asked, you may be management in waste management in Lagos, Dr. Sanut, as on waste management must begin to look in the direction of not just disposal, but also treatment, and of course, conversion of waste into usable materials. Waste management policy must begin to look at not just collection, must begin to look at circular economy, which Doctor speaks to, where waste, what used to be waste becomes a resource, and then at the end of the day, you have waste being converted to either wealth in form of energy or other reusable materials. That's the focus and the direction of waste policy that is futuristic in a state. I would like to stop here because Mr. Lasisi has given me just 9 minutes. And so I hope that questions may also probably activate some other discussions. And if need be, maybe if I may need to return tomorrow if need be, probably this time around with the slides. I want to thank you for your attention. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful for that introduction and general overview of policy formulation, and the need for professionals to be aware about how policy are developed, the reason why we develop policy, and the goal and overall vision of policy formulation and implementation. So if you have any question, the floor is open. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tokpa, you are free.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sojino, sir. Thanks for your...
Good afternoon, my guy, the top.
My guys, good afternoon, sir. I want to ask, sir, for those of us who are going to management, going to the management cadre, we know that governments have created a policy. It's good to run for 30 years. But could we voice out our opinion to say these policies, are they top to bottom approached or bottom to top approached? Because, for instance, on the issue of the styrofoam, it seems sudden, even for those of us who are not within the mainstream. So, what measures can we use to improve on our policy, if need be? Thank you, sir.
Okay, do I answer immediately?
Yeah,
what approach
yes.
do you want us to?
No, you answer immediately. But before you answer immediately, let me put this through. And this is just a challenge for all of us. And this is one thing I have observed. I have observed that for us scientific officers, generally, we are not coordinated. We are just doing self. Each person wants to develop our personal growth is more than collective growth. If you look at the environmental health officers, each year the environmental health officers normally have a conference. Environmental health officers have a conference. They call themselves each other together. They do award. They do dinners. They do this. And I can also recollect, if Pastor can remember, that after going around doing waterfront cleanup, during Mr. Bangboye's, when Mr. Bangboye was our PS, that was when we started the submission to ban styrofoam. And we requested for contribution from all MDAs. we requested for contribution from all MDAs. We sent letter. We sent letter for, how will I say it, contributions. And when we wanted to go for National Council on Environment, when the ministry wanted to present National Council on Environment, memos were sent to our MDAs for contributions also. And the challenge we have is the ministry will send something to MDAs, and the MDAs will say, no, we don't have it. The officers who have it in the MDA, instead of cascading it to other scientific officers, this is where the ministry is going. This is where people are going. No information. I was at a program where one of our colleagues was telling me that SDG data that I forwarded from our department, signed by Mr. Sojinu, that I have that it was received by all the MDAs, all the agency under the ministry. People said we did not send it to them. So the issue, I can recollect even in management meeting, some of the management meeting in the ministry, when issue comes up in the management meeting, anybody that represents the agency from the management meeting will not go back to the agency and cascade the information. We have the documentation in the ministry. Several times during Mr. Bangboye, during Mrs. Odene, when the issue of styrofoam ban and plastic policy formulation, where even is in that policy that styrofoam will be removed from the state. When people are saying that they'll bring it from other states, and we all agree that let us try the water. So the issue that is sudden, no, like Pastor said, we have been on it. There's a committee set up in the ministry where all our agencies have representatives. So why are our colleagues from all those agencies not informed of what the ministry is doing? That's just my take. I'm not answering the question, no. Thank you.
Okay, let me answer the question. Since you have said your own take, let me answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Tokwe. Yes, the policy formulation, unfortunately, that's why it is painful for me. When you see the slide I will be sharing with you, it can either be top-bottom approach, where the top management envisage a problem. They envisage a problem, and then they cascade it down to the people below, and then a policy is formed to address it. That is one. It could be, for instance, let me give you an example. For instance, let's go out of environment a little. Management of our forests. Sometimes it is usually purely a top-bottom policy, because they have the picture, or let's use security. Sometimes they could have more information than you have, and because of that, they're able to, cascade some instructions down that can result in policy. The other approach is, of course, is the one you just talked about, bottom-up approach, which usually is the best, where you can feel the pulse of the people. Most times it's usually based on the need assessment, and then you can now be able to put together the policy. However, if I'm going to speak specifically to the styrofoam own, if you go and ask the man on the street, the woman who is using styrofoam to package food, whether she wants styrofoam to be banned or not, she's not going to say yes. She won't say yes. If you go and ask those who are using it at parties or using it to sell in the they won't say yes. It is in this kind of policy, this kind of policy that's supposed to regulate some actions of the public, the populace. It can only be top-bottom. And so it must be government taking a decision to address a problem before it gets out of hand. So this particular one was not bottom-up, it was actually top-bottom. However, it is not sudden, like I said before. Maybe the information, the ban itself, is what is coming to us suddenly. But the processes leading to the ban have been on. has been on as far as 2021. We have records of, the National Council meeting. We have the submission of the National Council meeting. Maybe the challenge, like you said, is that we're not cascading this information, And I think what Mr. Lasisi said is also a challenge to some of us, I think it's high time we also come together. Sometimes, as a chairman of the SAN unit of public service, I'm tired. Sometimes I get discouraged because sometimes you want to bring people together and everybody's just want to be on their own or probably be in their silos. And then everybody's, we are too territorial as civil servants. And it's only principalities that keep to territories. We are too territorial. Everybody's guiding his own territory. And so it's difficult to come together. But I think we need to come together in knowledge sharing. We need to come together in having a collective development for ourselves. So that is what I can say. The announcement of the ban may appear sudden, but the process leading to the ban is not sudden. Thank you very much, Mr. Tokwe.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We have our guest lecturer for the civil service rule with us. So we'll just give Mr. Sojinu 5 more minutes if there's any other question, so that Mr. Hakeem can take us on civil service, general public rules, and others. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I'm not sure if anybody still have questions for me. It's either they don't understand what I've said or they understood everything.
We are brilliant.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So if there is need for us to have you tomorrow, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we need to know. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you, colleagues.
They've already said we are expecting you tomorrow, sir. So
okay, I will try and be here tomorrow with the slides, so we can actually look at the processes for policy formulation itself. Thank you very much. Do enjoy your evenings.
Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful. You are welcome, sir. So, Mr. Hakeem, we are all yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sojinu. Have questions.
Hello, man. Civil service efficiency. Me, my son passcode efficiency. Hello, Mr. Hakeem. We are set. You can unmute yourself and start.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, this is Mr. Olaigbe Babashola Hakeem with you this evening. And I'm here to clear the air on public service rule. Are we there?
We are here, sir.
Yes, we are with you. We are with you, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We are here, sir.
Thank you. God bless you. So, before I start my talk on the public service rule, yeah, I guess all the participants I'm having here, they are having a promotional interview this week. Next week. So let me advise you that on that day, you are going to face some structured questions and unstructured questions. I will advise each and everyone to dress corporately on that day because there is also always mark for dressing and comportment. And expect structured questions and unstructured questions. Structured question in the sense that you may, before you even enter the interview hall, they may pass a paper to you to prepare yourself against some set of questions they are going to ask you while you come inside. They may ask about your name, your date of first appointment, your confirmation date, your last date of promotion, and they may also ask you your trajectories. Your trajectories are your movements in service, right from the point of recruitment up to the present state, and what you have done differently. So expect these kind of questions, and that is what I mean by structured questions. What do I mean by structured questions are those questions will be asked, that same question will be asked the next person. Are you there? So the next also we ask the same set of questions. So that is what I mean by structured questions. But also expect unstructured questions that day. So there will be professional questions. There will be questions on general knowledge and current affairs. And also there will be assessment of your comportment and your dressing. Please, let's comport ourselves very well, because the moment you step in, the panel members will be watching you. While you are answering the question, they're watching you too. And they are going to assess you when you get out of the venue of the interview. So that is just an advice for you. So let us now go to the business of the day. I want to talk on the public service rule. Now, let me start by saying that where there is no rule, there is no sin. Ìlú tí ò sí òfin, ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ò sí ńbẹ̀. But for an effective and smooth running of government business or any organization, be it private or public, there must be established rules and regulations. There must be established rules and regulations. But in the public service, these rules and regulations are enshrined, are embedded in the following instruments. Number one, the public service rule. Number two, the financial regulations. Number three, the schemes of service. And number four, the instant circulars. Now, let me quickly do justice to this instrument before I proceed. The public service rule. The public service rule deals with the condition of service for the public officers in the public service. It deals with condition of service for the public officers in the public service. How you came in service is in the public service rule. Various types of appointment is in the public service rule. How you even exit the service, various types of exit in the service is in the public service rule. Discipline and types of discipline. Not only that, the sanctions to be imposed on the hiring officer is also in the public service rule. So these and more embedded in the public service rule. Now, let us, because we are still going to emphasize on these areas I've mentioned, let us go to the next one, which is the financial regulations. Financial regulations deals with the way and manner public funds are being sourced and administered. It does about the various sources of funds of government. What are the sources of funds for government? Through pay as you earn, through direct taxes, direct assessment, through withholding taxes, through fines, through penalties, then through federal allocation from the federal government, which is simply called FAC. These are various sources of revenue for the government, for the state government. Not only that, these funds can also be administered, can also be spent through capital expenditure and recurrent expenditure. Example of capital expenditures are funds slated for construction of roads, for this red line rail, for this blue line rail, for the yellow line rail that is coming, for building hospitals, for constructing all schools, health centers, and the likes. So these are what you call capital expenditures. We also have recurrent expenditures, and that is money slated for salaries, for running costs you are collecting, and for some other overhead expenses. Now, we also have, like I said, we also have schemes of service. Schemes of service. What do I mean by schemes of service? That is, schemes of service is that instrument that shows the different cadres in the public service. It shows the different cadres in the public service. Not only that, it shows the career movement of officers from the entry point to the terminal point. We don't, when we want to employ people to the public service, we don't just place them at a particular grade. We don't just place them at a particular grade level. Our decision at the PMB recruitment is supported by schemes of service. So officer coming with BSc, if it is admin, if it's somebody that studied biz admin, that studied economics, that officer will be placed on grade level 8. That will be the entry point. And it will rise to grade level 17, which is the terminal point. But for an officer who is having school start, O-level result, GCE result, if that officer is having 4 credit and more, that officer will be placed on the level 4. So that level 4 will be the entry point, and it will terminate on the level 7. Then for officer who is having 2 credits or 1 credit, that officer will be, entry point will be the level 3, which is clerical assistant. And he will be earning his promotion every 2 years till he gets to level 17, which is the bar. So it is the schemes of service that guide us on this placement when you are employed with level. So not only that, the circular, which is the one I just said, the instant circular issue to review, to interpret the existing rules, the exemplary service rule, because of the fact that we cannot tamper the rule every day. So circulars are issued to review, to interpret what the rules have said. And the Ministry of Establishment and Training is saddled with that responsibility of collating all the circulars issued at a particular year and make it in booklet form. So if you want circular of year 2020, go to ESTAB, you'll be given. If you want circular of year 2019, go to Ministry of ESTAB, you will be given. So these are the 4 main instruments. They are the 4 main rules that provide direction in the public service. Now, let me say that before January 1st, 2015, all public servants in Lagos State, we are called civil servants. That is what they call us before January 1st, 2015. But that nomenclature, that name given to us, was changed to public servants as at January 1st, 2015. And that is supported with the revised edition of the public service rule we are using today. So we are no longer civil service, we are no longer using civil service rule. We are using the public service rule in Lagos State. Now, the previous civil service rule has 22 chapters, while the present public service rule we are using today has 18 chapters. Chapter 1 is introduction. Chapter 2 is appointment and exit from service. Chapter 3 is acting appointment. Chapter 4 is discipline. Chapter 5 is staff and staff performance evaluation. Chapter 7, it goes like that up to chapter 8. Don't let me stress you with that. So let us talk about appointment and exit from service. Appointment into public service remains with the State Service Commission. Appointment into public service remains with the State Service Commission. What do I mean by State Service Commission? That is the Civil Service Commission, House of Assembly Service Commission, Local Government Service Commission, Judicial Service Commission, Audit Commission, and the likes. Those are the ones I can quickly remember now. So all these State Service Commission, they have the power to recruit, they have the power to appoint people into the public service, and they have equal power. Now, let me also let you know that appointment into public service comes in two forms. Ọ̀nà méjì ni. One, it comes through letter written under the direction of the State Service Commission and any other agency so empowered. I will repeat, appointment into public service will come, one, through letter written under the direction of the State Service Commission and any other body so empowered. So, who are those agencies so empowered? Agencies like SUBEB, they have the power to recruit directly into the public service. Agencies like LASPEC, they have power to recruit into the public service. Agencies like Lottery Board, they have power to recruit into the public service. Agencies like LASMA, they have power to recruit into the public service.
Your microphone, sir. Your microphone, sir. We can't hear you.
Can we get you now?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. You know, I said appointment into public service could be in two forms. And I've just explained that it could come as a result of letter written by the state under the direction of the State Service Commission and any other agencies. And I've given you example of commissions, and I've given you example of other agencies like SUBEB, like LASUT. LASUT can appoint people to the service. Like LASHMA, like LASPEC, like Lottery Board, all those agencies, they have power to recruit into the public service. And now, the second one, which is through a formal agreement between the officers and the state government. Now, let me make it known to you that from these two options, two forms that people get into the service, you that I'm talking to and I, we all fall under the first one, which is through the letter written under the direction of the State Service Commission, because we all pass through the selection processes and eventually we are given letter of appointment. We all have a letter of appointment and we have been confirmed thereafter. So we all came in through that the first form. Now, let me explain, let me demystify how you came in through that second form, which is formal agreement between the officers and the state government. Let's say Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Fashola, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, is aware of a gynecologist doing wonderfully well in America. And he wants that gynecologist to come and work in Lagos State with us. So the governor now called on the CMD last week, that is Professor Adetokunbo Fabamwu, and the PS Ministry of Health, Dr. Olusegun Ogboyi, and the PS Health Service Commission, Dr. Ademuyiwa Benjamin Enyayewu. These three PS and the CMD, the two PS and the CMD lawsuit, they went to America that they should go. Mr. Governor asked them to go and pick that person, how is going to work with us in Lagos State. So, on getting that, they met this gynecologist. They spoke with him, but the gynecologist said, if you want to come to Lagos State to come and work with you, can you pay me 15 million monthly? It will be noted by this team. Can you get my Prado Jeep, 2023 Prado Jeep for me? It will be noted by this team. Can you get my accommodation at in Magbodo for me? It will be noted. All these requests of this officer will now be brought down to Lagos State here, and after submission, a report, and the submission will now be written to Mr. Governor for approval. If eventually the governor now approves it, hello. If eventually the Mr. Governor now approve it, then it is binding. It is okay, the appointment will be effected. Ejo, is that the way we are invited? Is that the way we are employed to the service? No. Definitely, the first one was the way we came into the service. So that is the two forms of appointment. Now, let us talk about appointment to senior post. Appointment of officer from the level 7 and above is vested on the State Service Commission. Meaning, and any other body empowered, just as I've explained before. Meaning that all the senior officers were in the public service were employed in the Civil Service Commission and any other commission. Appointment to junior posts. Each MDA, repeat, each MDA have the power to recruit others, junior officers on grade level 6 and below. They have the power to recruit officers of the level 6 and below. So meaning that if your office, if LASPA, for example, want to employ a cleaner or a day-night watchman, it doesn't concern the Civil Service Commission. They can effect that appointment in that office because those officers, those cadres are junior posts in the public service. I hope I'm communicating. Now, I want to talk about incremental dates. Incremental dates. You might hear this word, incremental dates. Now, let me do justice to that now. An officer's incremental date shall be 1st of January or 1st of July. Every one of us in the public service, our notional date or our effective date, meaning that incremental date can also be called effective date or notional date. And our date comes in two ways. It is either 1st of January or 1st of July. How do we came about it? Let me explain that. All officers employed between January 2nd of a particular year, let's say this year, January 2nd of this year, between January 2nd and July 1st of this year, they will earn 1st of July dates. I'll repeat. If you are employed in January 2nd, between January 2nd and July 1st of a particular year, your notional date, your incremental date, your effective date will be 1st of July. Why those that were employed between July 2nd and January 1st of next year will earn January 1st dates? They will earn January 1st dates. So, if I am employed in May, what will be my date? My notional date. My notional date will be 1st of July.
1st of July.
Yes. If I'm employed in October, what will be my notional date?
1st of January. 1st of January.
1st of January.
1st of January.
God bless you. It means you are really following me. So those are the two dates, and that is why.
Oh yes, we are with you.
Yeah, that is when we collect our promotion letter. They will say this officer is hereby promoted from this level to this level. They will not say notionally 1st of July or 1st of January. So that is how we derive that notional date. Now, there are some issues that can make that notional date change. One of the issues is conversion. Let me explain. If an officer's notional date is 1st of July, and he came in on grade level 8, and he has been using that date official month, C9, 10, 12. Are you with me? So let's say the person now sought for, he went to school and he now wanted to be converted. So and you know conversion, before your conversion can be effective, there will be PMB conversion. PMB means personnel management board meeting conversion. So let's say the conversion now hold in the month of August, and the commission sat on that meeting, on that conversion meeting that they had in the month of October. Ladies and gentlemen, that conversion is going to bear the date of the sitting by the commission. So that 17, that is July 1st, that officer has been using will now change to 1st of January because of the date of sitting of the conversion. Am I communicating?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The next one I want to talk about is seniority. Seniority. Everyone will believe and agree with me that grade level 14 senior that of grade level 12 in service. Grade level 17, senior that of grade level 15 in service. Now, but what the public service rule is saying here is that seniority among officers is determined by the date of first assumption of duty.
Yes.
Certified by an authorized officer. So what the civil service rule is saying here is that in a situation where 3 officers got their letter of employment the same day, let's say, for example, Mr. B, Mr. A, Mr. B, and Mr. C, they got their letter of employment the same day.
Fine.
And they are all BSc holders. They are all BSc holders, and they collected their letter the same day. How do we determine the most senior? How do we determine seniority among them? Is this. Let's say Mr. A, when he collected his letter, he said, we thank God. I know they are going to give me the employment. Having gone through Femi Gbajabiamila, having gone through Senator Wasiu Eshinoku of Lagos Central, having gone through Senator Idiat Adebule, the senator representing Lagos West. I know they are going to give me this employment. Okay, on that note, he said, what is today's date? Today's date is 17. Okay, well, Mama Loni March 1st, Jare. I will appear in Alausa March 1st. After all, Uncle Tifumi letter employment to me. After all, they've been giving me letter of my employment. So that was Mr. A. Mr. B collected his own letter and said, oh, wonderful Jesus, I thank you for providing this job for me. God, you are merciful, you are wonderful, you are awesome. As he collected the letter, he appeared in Alausa on Monday. Let's say they all collected a letter today. He appeared in Alausa on Monday, or at a particular data agency on Monday. So when he appeared, he showed them the letter. He was given a form to fill. That form he filled is what we call assumption of duty certificate. And that form was certified by an authorized person. Instantly, the name of that officer was inputted in the agency's nominal role. That is Mr. B. Mr. B collected his own letter today as well. And he said, this is letter of employment. Láti jọ́ tí mo ti ń wá employment. Ọlọ́run mà ṣe. He now said, but he's not in Lagos now. He need to travel to Lagos. So maybe the letter met him while he was in Abuja. So wọ́n sọ fún pé ó ti gba employment letter, wọ́n ti fún ní letter. So on that note, he now said, nǹkan tí mo dé wá ṣe l'Abuja, I can't finish it on Monday. So he started coming on maybe on Wednesday and appeared at that agency on next week Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, who is the most senior among the 3? Can somebody answer me?
The person that resume on Sunday or Monday.
Monday, the
person that reports on Monday.
Then, God bless you, Mr. B, who is the person that resumed on Monday. So that person is the most senior. That is what the public service rule is saying. Thank you. I'll be asking because I want you to follow. I want you to understand what I'm saying. So now that is what seniority in the public service rule is talking about. So the next thing to talk about is recruitment. Recruitment.
Well done. Yeah.
Recruitment simply means filling of vacancy by the appointment of person not already in the civil service or public service of Lagos State. Now, let me demystify it. Recruitment. If an officer is coming from Ogun State Civil Service to join Lagos State Civil Service, It is not recruitment. If an officer is coming from Abuja Federal Service to join Lagos State, it is not recruitment. That is what you call transfer of service. So, but if you are coming from school, you have just completed your first degree and you need a job, you are just coming afresh, that is recruitment. So, if you are coming from bank, if you are coming from the banking sector and you are joining the public sector, you are joining us in Alausa or the Lagos State Civil Service, then that is recruitment. So that is just to explain for you what I mean by recruitment. So let us talk about types of appointment. In the public service rule, there are 6 types of appointment. In the public service rule, there are 6 types of appointment. Let me list them. Let me mention one after the other. Number 1, appointment as trainee or pupil. That's number 1. Number 2, appointment on probation into a permanent post. You can write it down. Appointment on probation into a permanent post. That is where we, that I that I'm talking, and you that are listening to me, that is where we all fall into. Appointment on probation into a permanent post. The third one is appointment on contract basis. Appointment on contract for a specified period. Appointment on contract for a specified period. Then that's number 3. Number 4, acting appointment. Acting appointment. Number 5 is appointment on temporary basis. Appointment on temporary basis. Number 6 is appointment on part-time basis. Appointment on part-time basis. So these are the 6 types of appointment as stipulated in the public service rule. You may be asked, how many types of appointment do we have in the public service rule? There are 6 types of appointment. So the next person or the next person may now be mention them. So mention the 6. So now let us now do justice to the appointment, types of appointment I have mentioned. The first one, appointment as trainee or pupil. That is where a candidate of employment requires additional professional experience before full employment. That type of appointment is a situation where a candidate for employment requires additional professional experience before that person can be given full employment. Example of that is these house officers at the house officers, those doctors doing housemanship in LASUT or in any of the general hospitals, having completed their BSc, their first degree in, as a doctor, you will see them. They will come to LASUT. They will come to general hospital. When they come for housemanship, they will now attach them to consultant. Àwọn lè máa rí tó máa tẹ̀lé consultant ní LASUT àbí ní general hospitals káàkiri, for them to have practical experience. For them to have practical experience. Because one want to more theoretical while they were in school. So they needed to be attached to professionals so that they can have practical experience. Tó bá fẹ́ ṣe operation, they will not tell them, if you want to do cesarean operation, you cannot cut a woman like this. You have to cut like this. So that is appointment as trainee or pupil. So the next one is appointment on probation into a permanent post. Appointment of probation into a permanent post. Like I said, that is where you and I belong. Immediately we are employed, we are placed on probationary period. and it is between 6 months and 2 years. It is between 6 months and 2 years. And while you are on probation, that officer is subjected to some prescribed examination. So if it is a senior officer on the level 7 and above, that officer is going to do compulsory before it can be confirmed. You do it and pass it before that officer can be confirmed. If it is junior officer, like for example, the clerical officers, the type of exam they are going to write is combined confirmed exam. Combined confirmed exam within that 2 years of confirmation. Tí kò bá pass here, that officer's date of confirmation will change, because confirmation date is usually 2 days of employment. I mean, 2 years, sorry. It's usually 2 years, after 2 years of employment. 2 years anniversary. But if that officer did not pass that prescribed exam, that officer cannot be confirmed. And we also have the technical officers. Those technical officers, those in the technical line, we have those we have plumbing, we have plumbers, we have tailors, we have electricians, we have carpenters. So, but their own exam is different because of their specialty. So, exam tó máa fún electrician, ó máa yàtọ̀ sí tó máa fún plumber. Exam tó máa fún plumber, ó máa yàtọ̀ sí tailors. And all these professions, their professions, they are in the service. Ẹ lè máa wonder pé tailor one service. Tailor one service o. When you get to other hospitals, gbogbo bed sheet tí wọ́n tẹ́, gbogbo aṣọ tí patient ń lò ní hospital, tailor ló rán, and they were there. So it's a cadre notable in the scheme service. That is just an example. So the next one is, like I said, contract appointment. Contract appointment is an engagement of person into an established office for a term of 2 years. For a term of 2 years. Now, and Sherry, contract appointment, even public officers that are exited can be called back on contract basis. And it is usually, like I said, it is usually a term of 2 years. Meaning, and it is renewable ones, making total of 4 years. Making total of 4 years. Tó bá ṣe first 2, that is a term. Àtúwá fún lórí ọ̀fẹ́, another first 2, that is another term. So, making total of 4 years, the only look as on contract basis. But there are situations where you see people spending 5th term, 6th term, 7th term. Ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Example of it is that, let's say we have an ophthalmologist. Okay, let's say we have 3 ophthalmologists in Lagos State. An ophthalmologist, àwọn ni wọ́n máa ń ṣe operation ojú. They are experts that do surgical operation for eyes. Now, let's say we have 3, and those we are using that we have in Lagos State, because of their real skill, because of their expertise, because of their experience, those 3, they have already existed. So we call them back on contract basis. Now, wọ́n ti lo first 2, which is total of 4 years. Tá a bá ní kán máa lọ, who is going to continue the job? So tí wọn bá tí rí àwọn èèyàn tó máa fix ẹ̀ up. So that nǹkan tó máa ń wà láti pé wọ́n lo 6th term, 7th term, 8th term tó máa fi ń lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn. I hope I'm communicating. Now, not only that, contract appointment is in the interest of the service. It's usually in the interest of the service. You don't just award contract appointment. Because according to example I gave, it is because of the real need. That's why that ophthalmologists are invited to come back and still work after their retirement. Not only that, let me also make it known to you that of all the appointments I have listed, all the 6 appointments, it is only contract appointment and part-time appointment that an officer that is older than 55 years can be allowed to take part or can be given that appointment. All other appointments, if you are 55 years and above, you cannot be given appointment. For example, appointment on probation to a permanent post to 55 years, they can't give you that appointment in the public service because you are too old to be employed for that, to be given fresh employment for that age. Now, how can contract appointment be terminated? Contract appointment can be terminated in 3 ways. 1, it can be terminated by the state government. The state government say, wow, sir, you have done a lot, or ma, you have done a lot, for a total of 2 years and renewable ones, total of 4 years, you can be going. It will terminate. It cannot be terminated by the officer. Officer, I know they say, well, please, I will only be engaged for the first 2, just for a tour of 10. I'm no longer interested. I need to go to Canada and stay. So, the officer, he don't believe more. Then the 3rd one is by the expiration of the time. But after that period, I'm no longer involved in contract appointment. So those are the 3 ways of terminating contract appointment. So the next one is acting appointment. This type of appointment is mostly enjoyed by the top management officers. Acting appointment is different from holding forth for PS. When the PS is off for maybe a sick leave of 7 days, or a sick leave of 2 weeks, and the most substantive officer is now to act for PS, that is not acting appointment you are talking about. So you are just holding forth. You are just standing and standby for PS for that period. If it is acting appointment, that appointment, even if it is pronounced by Mr. Governor, that appointment must be gazetted. If your acting appointment is not gazetted, then it is not an acting appointment. So, acting appointment is usually for short period. So, let's go to the next one. Appointment on temporary basis. Where a member of staff is employed temporarily to an established post. That is where a member of staff is employed temporarily in an established post. Let me give you an example of that, temporary appointment. All these so-called honorable members of House of Assembly in Lagos State, the speakers, the chief whip, the deputy speakers, and the other honorable members, when they are coming, some of them, when they are coming with their PAs. When they are coming with their drivers. So when they come like that, we take them and put them in the payroll of the government. And they are placed on the level 30. And when we employ them, It's just for that period. Immediately, honorable member of assembly is going, they are also going with them. So that is why we call the appointment temporary appointment. As the honorable speaker now, right honorable speaker, Mudashir Ajayi Obasha, if he's going now, his PA will be going with him, his driver will be going with him. But Thomas Shekuwa, so that is temporary appointment. I hope I'm communicating. So the next one is appointment on part-time basis. This appointment is mostly given to professionals whose skills and experience are needed. Part-time appointments are mostly found in the tertiary institutions where we have the lecturers. They are found in the LASUT and some other general hospitals where we have the medical consultant. That is the situation whereby when you go to LASUT to see doctor, so when the nurses see your file, they will now say maybe your doctor Toma attend the scene Wednesday Lumanwa, Dr. Toma will attend the scene Fridays Lumanwa. It's because that doctor is on part-time appointment. They are giving them that part-time appointment because of their skills and experience. Only the gynecologist tó jẹ́ wizard is a wizard. So there are issues affecting woman fertility. He knows everything. So only by the time you just see him, okay, go and use this, and the person will just the problem of that patient will just be over. And because of the fact that that person is a professional, I am communicating, sir. So the next one, secondment. I want to talk on secondment. Secondment. I hope you have heard about the word secondment before. If you have not heard about it before, just relax. I'm going to demystify it for you. And mind you, these are the areas questions come for other interview. Let me make it known to you that I have been privileged to be a member of PMB, of all sorts of PMBs, and I've attended over 2,000 PMBs. Because I spent 13 years in Ministry of Establishment Training before I knew deployment. Now, just to go to Ministry of Special Duties and in governmental relations. So, PMB Timothy Law, OTLN 2000. So, questions like this, you cannot run away from it. If I am in your panel, these are the questions you should be expecting. They may ask you, what is secondment? Now, secondment is the temporary release. That is the key word. You may write it down. Secondment is the temporary release of an officer to the service of another body. Temporary release of an officer to the service of another government-approved body or any recognized international organization for a specific period or for a specified period. Now, that is the definition, but let me make it well understandable for you. And I understand the part. Now, that is what I want to demystify for you now. Now, secondment comes in two ways. First, secondment comes in the public interest. Two, secondment may be in the officer's interest. Secondment comes, one, in the public interest. Two, it comes in the officer's interest. I will not take it one after the other. Let's explain that of the public interest. Now, let's say I work with Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola as a governor in Lagos State, when he was governor of Lagos State, at the office of the officer. And he really gbadun the way I work with him. Are you with me? Really love the way I work with him. And thereafter, he became honorable minister of the Federal Republic. Let's say in now, will you like to join me to run this government together for the next 4 years? And I'll say, yes, sir. I will oblige, sir. I'll be glad to join you, sir, because he's a very generous man. When you work with the likes of Fashola, that is right. Now, if I carry my luggage and face Abuja presidency, I am going on the basis of secondment in the public interest. I hope I'm communicating. I am going on the basis of what to second public interest. Now, the question you need to ask me now is, what happened to my name in the nominal role of Ministry of Special Duty that I work? What happened to my name there? Number one question. Number two, what happened to my salary if I should carry my load to Abuja? That's another question. Another question is, what will happen to my promotion? So listen with rapt attention. Let me explain how this will be done. Because I don't want you to cram. I want you to understand the concept. I want you to understand it very well. Now, the moment I move to Abuja, my name will be in the nominal role of Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations, where I work in Lagos State. Now, my name will still be there, but on the nominal role, at the last column where we have the remark, they will now put on secondment there. They will put on secondment. That will clear me from audit exercise that will be done in Lagos State. It will clear me from the other audit exercise that will be done in Lagos State. Now, what will happen to my salary, my remuneration? Now, the moment I move to Abuja, I will no longer collect salary of Lagos State. If it is dollar they are collecting at the presidency, it is that dollars that will be collecting. I will no longer collect Lagos State salary. Now, not only that, what will happen to my promotion? That's the next question. My promotion, let's say, we are preparing for promotion now. Let's say this year is my promotion. I may not need for promotion. Because so I do a promotion, I may be with the Honorable Minister. I may be with him in Chicago. I may be with him in Florida, official assignment. So will I now be rushing down to Lagos State because of an RSCP and oral interview? No. I will continue doing my assignment there. Now, let's say we have now completed the first 4 years of the regime of Chola. I may come to this state. I will now go to my ministry that they should enlist me to eligibility list for those that will do promotion that year, which is, let's say, next year, for example. So automatically they will put my name there. So I will now do the oral interview. Then they will now give me my normal date. They will backdate my date to last year. I said, let's say last year was my promotion, but that last year did not come. they will now backdate my date of promotion for last year. So meaning that I'll still be going with my contemporaries. I will not miss any. I will not miss any of my promotion. And when you are on secondment in the public policy, it does not have time bound. Meaning that, let's say after the first 4 years of Fashola as minister, you know, he was there for another 4 years again. Tó bá jẹ́ wípé mi ò ráyè wá throughout the 4 years, then for the next 4 years, mo ṣì wà pẹ̀lú wọn ní Abuja, I don't need to come. So tó bá jẹ́ pé mo ti wá miss promotions after the 8 years, I've missed 2 promotions, I will not come after the whole, you know, currently now, Fashola is no longer a minister and he doesn't have any appointment for now. I will now come to join you for this promotion for this year. So automatically, my name will be inputted this year. So I will do the recipe, I will do the interview, and automatically, when I do it, they will now, you now have missed 2 promotions. They will first give me my date, they will backdate my promotion for the first one that I missed. If it is 2019, they will now say, notionally, January 1st or 1st of July 2019, so for the second one, I will appear again next year for RSTP and not interview again. So once I said to have for me the second one that I missed before, you want to be 2023 or 2020 or thereabout. So meaning that I will not miss any promotion. I will still continue to move with my contemporaries. I hope I'm communicating. So that is a comment in the public interest. Now, the second one, which is a comment in the officer's interest. Let's say I have an uncle who happens to be the chairman of Ojodu LCDA. Now, my uncle, sir, well done, sir, congratulations. Please, again, why join you? Aláùsá tí mo wà yìí kò sí rẹpẹtẹ, kò sí àrówó, kìnnìkan. Being a politician, he may not know pé ṣe nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ secondment wà. So, is it now possible for you to join me? Ẹ̀gbọ́n, possible for me. Ẹ má worry, ẹ ṣé kí n máa bọ̀. Tó bá possible for ẹ máa bọ̀. No wahala. So, that officer will now put up a letter and apply for secondment in the officer's interest with Ojodu LCDA. So that officer will attach his letter of appointment. He will attach his letter of confirmation to that letter, to that his application. He will attach his last promotion to that application. He will also attach the SPADEF. His SPADEF. If it is 2 years he has committed, you will attach the 2 years SPADEF to it. And that officer will be invited to face a PMB. So it is at that PMB, they are going to recommend that officer. And their first recommendation will now be for 2 years. So meaning that if you are granting secondment for officer in the officer's interest, first year will be for 2 years. Now, let's say after that 2 years, Ọlọ́run ti ṣe, mo ti ra mọ́tò Venza. Ọlọ́run ti ṣe láàrin 2 years yẹn, mo ti ra property ní Magodo, mo ti ń gbé Magodo. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ń lọ, okay. You know, I will not want that gestures to just stop like that. So, when that secondment that I got approval for 2 years, when it's getting to 1.5, tó bá ti kù 6 months, that 2 years, tó bá ti kù 6 months, I will now put up another letter for extension. So, that letter, they will now approve it for me for 1 more year. So the extension is for 1 year. and the first 2 making total of 3 years. So secondment in the officer's interest is total of 3 years. I hope I'm communicating, Sha. Is total of 3 years. So it is comment in the officer's interest, where will just be like that of officers, where you will no longer collect Lagos State, it will be money. Then 2, his name will be temporary. His name will still be there, but promotion, promotion new. If it is in the officer's interest, that officer will come and do his promotion. It will not be like that of officers from public interest. To jẹ́ wípé promotion bá dé, ó máa wá gbà later. So that is a comment in the officer's interest. Now, if he wants that goodies to come, he cannot be granted another extension, but the officer will be advised to seek for what you call transfer of service. Transfer of service. So that one will now take us to explaining what transfer of service is. Please note it again. Asterisk it. Transfer. What is transfer? Transfer is the permanent release of an officer from one scheduled service to another. Transfer is permanent release of an officer from one scheduled service to that is transfer. Now, for transfer of service to be effective, to be valid, 3 conditions must be met. 3 conditions. Number one is readiness of that your agency or your ministry or your commission to release you. Number 2, willingness of that agency you are going, that Ojodu SCDA or that Ojodu SCDA, willingness of that SCDA to absorb you. That's another condition. That makes it 2. The 3rd one is that there must be vacancy. So if these conditions are not met, then transfer of service is invalid. It cannot hold. Transfer of service cannot hold if those 3 conditions are not met. So that is that. So let us talk about conversion. We want to talk about conversion. We want to talk about advancement. And we want to talk about promotion. So let me take it one after the other. Conversion. Conversion is the movement of an officer, usually a confirmed officer, from one cadre to another cadre on presentation of requisite additional qualification. The movement of an officer from one cadre to another cadre. Somebody is coming from a sub-cadre. You want to, sub-cadre, maybe sub-cadre that ends on grade level 14. You now want to, move to officer's cadre that will make him to rise to grade level 17. So that is what I mean by conversion. And this can only be done when the officers has acquired additional qualification. Now, what are the rules guiding conversion? What are the rules guiding conversion? The rule guiding conversion before March 1st, 2016 is that all officers converting must be stepped down a grade level. If you are converting on grade level 12, for example, you'll be stepped down to level 10. You mature on that level 10, spend the required, you require 3 years before you start moving again. That was the rule before March 1st, 2016. Now, as at March 1st, 2015, a circular on lateral control came out. March 1st, 2016. And that circular stated that officers can be moved, can be converted from one cadre to another cadre laterally, without any prejudice to notional promotion. Meaning that officers can be converted laterally, and when that officer is due for promotion, he should be considered for promotion immediately. But that policy changed in 2019, precisely November 16, 2019. That policy changed by issuing another circular that reviewed the existing policy on lateral conversion. That circular now says that officers can be converted laterally. Fine, he agreed that he can be converted laterally. But that officer must mature on that grade level before he shall be considered to move for the next grade level. Meaning that after being converted, maybe the level 13, you are now converted to officer's cadre grade level 13. You will now mature. You will remain on that 13 officer's cadre for the next 3 years before you can be considered for promotion. I'm committing. Now, the next one, part of the policy, is that no officer will enjoy 2 career movements within a year. Meaning that officer that has been converted cannot be promoted the same year. Or officer that have enjoyed promotion cannot also be converted the same year. That is why when we are in the PMB, we look at the dates and we advise officers on which one that will better off for him or her at the PMB. Torí kò ní dá ẹni tó due for promotion next year kẹwàá lọ convert ẹ lọ́dún yìí. Ìyá méjì ò gbọdọ̀ jòkú gbẹ. So it's better you advise that officer to do conversion. Tó bá ṣe conversion ẹ̀ tán, they can do the promotion. Tó bá ṣe promotion ẹ̀ tán, we can now do the conversion for him the following year. So that is conversion. Now, the next one is advancement. Advancement can be regarded as the upward movement of an officer within the cadre. That in advancement, that officer is moving from the lower level to higher level. Conversion is you are moving from sub-cadre to another cadre. But advancement is you are still in your cadre. It's only that you are moving from one grade, lower grade level to higher grade level. And let me make it known to you that advancement can be statutory advancement, and it can also be acquired. It can also be enjoyed as a result of passing some additional qualification or passing some prescribed examination. Structural, statutory advancement. Example is officer that were employed on grade level 8 haven't spent 2 years. That officer will be advanced straight to grade level 9. That is statutory advancement. But if it is advancement as a result of passing some prescribed examination, for example, in the health sector, where we have the registrar are those that will become medical exam. So if a child on grade level pass part 1, if definitely before that officer can do that exam, he must have showed interest to go for residency program. So having passed part 1 of that fellowship exam, automatically officer will be advanced to grade level 14. So tó bá tún pass part 2 from 14 wọ́n tún gbé lọ 15 straight and added the consultant straight. So that is why you see most doctors, young doctors, some are level 16, some are level 17 and over, and their salary of doctors that are consultants is even juicier, more juicier than that of generalist doctor. Generalist doctors now on top of Loba to ma lo 3 years to ma move every 3 years. To ba to ya to ma move to ba level 15 to ma move every 4 years. But consultant àwọn tó ń lọ ṣe residency, tó ń lọ fún consultancy, tó ń lọ di consultant as a doctor, àwọn ò kì í move bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. It's a more advance. It's an advancement. I hope I'm communicating. So that is advancement. Now, let's go to promotion. All officers who are eligible for promotion shall be considered, except those under disciplinary action. Any officers that is under disciplinary action will not be considered for promotion. That officer will not be considered for promotion. And the minimum years that an officer must spend in a post before being considered officers of the level 2 movement every 2 years. Officers of the level 7 to 14, their movement is every 3 years. Officers of the level 15 and above, their own movement is every 4 years. And I believe you know this. Now, and you also know that promotion is subject to vacancy. Even if an officer has completed RSCP and also very well, if there is no provision for that officer in the budget, that officers cannot be promoted or might lose promotion for that year. Now, the next we want to talk about is okay, let's talk about the composition of promotion, of PMB on promotions. Now, let me start by saying that there are 3 staff committees for promotion. There are 3 staff committees for promotion. We have junior staff committee, we have junior staff committee, and we have we have management staff committee. So let me explain them one after the other. The junior staff committee are those committees that is in charge of officer on the level 1 6. And in that committee, it is the director A&HR that will be the chairman of that committee. Not only that, deputy director, a grade level 16 director, 3 of them must also be part of the committee. Not only that, officer grade level 12, 3 officers between level 12 and 14 can also be part of that committee. So that is for junior staff committee. For senior staff committee, those are the committee in charge of grade level 7, between grade level 7 and grade level 12 officers. That's the committee. And the chairman of that committee is the PS of the host ministry. Is only one PS must be seated to share it. And it is the PS of the host ministry. And it involves 3 substantive directors, 3 substantive directors. It involves representative of staff, it involves representative of commission, then it involves representative of supervisory ministry. Likewise, for the junior officer too, also involve representative of Ministry of Staff and representative of supervisory ministry. Commissions, representative of commission is not needed in that junior staff committee. Now, the next one is management staff committee. Management staff committee is to look into officers on grade level 13 and above. Grade level 13 and above. And it involves the composition of that committee. Minimum of 3 PS must be seated. Minimum of 3 PS must be seated. Minimum of 3 PS must be seated. Why I say minimum of 3 PS is that in some cases you can see 6, 7, 8, like in PISO, you see 7, 8 PS. And other members of the panel will now be 5 substantive grade level 17 officers. 5 substantive level 17 officers must be seated. Representative of commission will be there. Representative of staff must be there. Representative of PSO must be there. Representative of supervisory ministry must also be there. So those are the composition of PMB promotion. Now, let us discuss exit from service. Exit from service. Exit from service. In the public service rule, there are 9 ways of exiting service. There are 9 ways of exiting the service. So the 9 ways are by resignation. Number 1, by resignation. Number 2, by withdrawal. Number 2, by withdrawal. Number 3, by retirement. Number 3, by retirement. Number 4, by redundancy. Number 4, by redundancy. Number 5, by incapacitation. By incapacitation. Number 6, by abolition of office. Number 6, by abolition of office. Number 7, by termination of appointment. Number 7, by termination of appointment. Number 8, by dismissal, and by death. By death. So let me take one after the other. Now, resignation. By resignation. Now, where an officer has not spent up to 5 years in service, where an officer has not spent up to 5 years in service and he desires to leave, when that officer is leaving, we say that officer is leaving on the basis of resignation. It comes out. So only they can distinguish between resignation and withdrawal. Please, and listen with that attention. You will understand it. Now, resignation àti ìgbà ṣiṣẹ́ ó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ, ó ti lọ ọdún kan, ó ti lọ ọdún kejì, wọ́n ti confirm ẹ̀, ó ti lọ kẹta, but kò tí pé ọdún márùn-ún service. Maybe one of the children of that officer now ó ṣe visa lottery bó ṣe win nìyẹn. Wọ́n á ní ìyàwó wa sọ pé dádì wa ẹ máa bá wa lọ ní àwọn àfẹ́kẹ́ dúró nílé o, àfẹ́fí yín lẹ̀. So that officer will put up of letter. That is what is expected. That is what is expected of the officer now. The officer will now put up letter of intention to leave. 1 month intention. He will give 1 month notice of intention to leave or pay 1 month full salary in lieu of notice. So just 1 more month. So that is for resignation. The next one is by withdrawal. For withdrawal, that officer has served for 5 years, but he has not spent up to 10 years in service. He has served for 5 years, but he has not spent up to 10 years in service. So when that officer is leaving, we say that officer is living on the basis of withdrawal. Is living on the basis of withdrawal. So what is expected of that officer is the same as that of resignation. So the next one is by retirement. By retirement. Retirement can be categorized into 3. Number 1, voluntary retirement. Number 2, statutory retirement. Number 3, compulsory retirement. I will take it one after the other. Voluntary retirement. Where an officer has spent 10 years in service. Where an officer has spent 10 years in service or more, when that officer is leaving, we say that officer is going voluntarily. We say that officer is exiting voluntarily. So what is expected of the officer is to put up letter, 6 months notice of intention to leave or pay 3 months full salary in lieu of notice. It's either he pays what to, he notify, he give 6 months notice, or pay 3 months salary in lieu of notice. And that officer is entitled to all his terminal benefit, all his pension is entitled to it. So that is voluntary. Now, the next one is statutory retirement. For statutory retirement, that officer has spent 35 years in service or has even clocked the age of 60 years. So what is expected of that officer too is to give 6 months notice. He doesn't need to pay anything because no, and it's due to go. So when that officer has clocked the age of 60 or spent 35 years length of service, we say that officer is going statutorily. He's also entitled to his terminal benefit. So the next one is compulsory retirement. Compulsory retirement could be as a result of restructuring or re-engineering or reorganization. It could be as a result of this. Example of it is when Ambode came to power, he sent some PS away on compulsory retirement. So that is it. And compulsory retirement can also be as a punitive measure. So, but I will explain that punitive measure when I get to discipline. So the next one is exit as a result of redundancy. Redundancy. That is where an officer's service is no longer required. You see some officers roving about outside secretariat. So in that case, if that officer has been once severally what is expected of that officer is that what is expected of the office to do for the officer is to pay 3 months salary in lieu of this for the officer. But 3 months salary, so if that officer is entitled to his terminal to stay longer in service, so he's also entitled to his terminal benefit. But that 3 months salary will be given to him instead of doing better job. Now, next one is by incapacitation. Incapacitation is as a result of illness that is on ground of health. We have officer to need health challenge. It could be a kidney problem or any cardiovascular ailment. This is heart problem. What is office to try? Office to follow our colleague, office not to dawo, but that person is not feeling well. That officer's issue, because we cannot continue to pay the salary of that officer till eternity. So, in that officer's issue will be brought forward and presented at the PMB. Where the PMB will now recommend medical board to look at the officer's case. So, case here. So it is the medical board that have the power to determine the continuity of that officer in the public service. So the result of the medical board will now determine, that officer is not fit, so be it. That officer will be exited from service as a result of incapacitation. I hope I'm communicating. Am I communicating?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
you are.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
You
you
are,
so
sir.
much.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let's proceed. Now the next one is abolition of office. Abolition of office. That is when the office ceases to exist. That is when the office has been abolished. Last year, Civil Service Pension Office that deals with pension that office was abolished. So some officers can go as a result of that. Let's say, for instance, if that office has 20 staff, for example, let's say if that office has 100 staff, and Mr. Governor now said, out of this 100 staff, please accommodate 80. That 80 will be redeployed to other ministries. That 80 will be deployed to other ministries, departments, and agencies. So the remaining 20 may be sent away, may be exited. And when they are going, we said they are going as a result of that abolition of that piece. Am I communicating? So that is abolition of office. So the next one I want to talk about is termination and dismissal. Termination of appointment and dismissal. Now, termination and appointment. Officers' appointment can be terminated. Toba terminated, Toba dismissed, but those two, the dismissal is the ultimate penalty in the public service rule. When an officer is dismissed, that officer cannot be re-engaged into the public service again. But an officer whose appointment has been terminated, that officer can still be engaged. Are we there? That officer can still be engaged. But presently, as we are working, we are contributing to our exit by the way of contributing pension. Now, this is happening now. Formally, that contributing pension that we are contributing, that we see a lot every month, you will see EE, and you see some value in front of that EE. You will see ER, and you see another value there. That EE is the employee's contribution. Why that ER is the employer's contribution on monthly basis. So when a staff has been dismissed, that officers, before, what they do before is this, that officers, that the government contribution of 10% will be expunged, will be removed from the contribution of that officer. So an officer that is dismissed will only receive that of an officer that is dismissed will only receive only his contribution. But when an officer's appointment has been terminated, that officer will collect the two, will collect that of the government, and he will still collect that of his own. But the latest findings I gathered is that for termination they collect both that of government and that of their own now. But the difference is that when the two officers are living in the government quarters, that of officer whose appointment was dismissed, whose was dismissed from service, the moment is given his letter of dismissal, that officer is expected to vacate the government quarters that day. That is dismissal. But by amnesty, by mercy, by clemency, they will extend the stay of that officer till the end of the month. But if it is termination of appointment, that officer will be given 3 months grace. That officer will be given 3 months grace to vacate the government quarters. So those are the two differences between termination of appointment and dismissal. So the last one is by death. By death. Death is inevitable. But àdúrà tèmi ni pé àtèmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ àtẹ̀yìn tẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi à ní kú sí service. Can I hear people saying amen?
Amen.
Amen. Amen. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
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 So
Àmín lórúkọ Jésù.
So let us discuss this. Let us discuss discipline now. Let's discuss discipline. Now, it is the duty of every public servant to be acquitted with the disciplinary rules and regulations in force. Meaning that ignorance of the rule or the law is not an excuse. So that is why training like this should be continuous. So that there are do's and don'ts. That is where we have the public service rule for you to open and read and digest, so that you will not fall victim of any, you will not breach or violate any section of the rule. Are we there? Now, let me also make known to you that it is Civil Service Commission and all other civil service commission that has the vested power to discipline any officer. They are, like I said in the beginning of this session, so they are the one to discipline us. They are done to even give us letter that we should exit the service by way of discipline or sanction or punishment for discipline. Now, and note that any public servant who fails to appear before a commission when invited without any reasonable excuse of breach of discipline. Bí ìgbà tí èèyàn dáràn mọ́ràn ni kí wọ́n ní wọ́n fún lẹ́tà kó appear before the board, PMB disciplinary, kó wá sá lọ àbí kó má wá. It's just that that person is making his case worsen. Now, that one will not take on general inefficiency. General inefficiency is a serious or inability to decide duty effectively. Tí officer bá wà tí ò lè ṣe dáadáa mọ́, if it is officer that has been very upcoming, that are doing practically well, and suddenly there is decline in his productivity, it is the onus of the superior to invite the junior officer. Mr. Olaigbe, you have not been doing well for the past 3 months now. Ṣé kò sí? Ṣé nǹkan ni wà ńbẹ̀ ni? Jẹ́ ká mọ̀. Then the superior should be able to advise that junior officer. That's advice tó bá fún ó lè go a long way in reshaping the lifestyle and the productivity of the officer. Now, let's discuss misconduct. Misconduct is defined as a specific act of wrongdoing. It is a specific act of wrongdoing or improper behavior which can be investigated and proved. Please let us asterisk that too. Question máa ń wáyé. Ṣáàtì asterisk gbogbo àwọn types of living different ways of exiting the service. Now, let's asterisk this one too. Misconduct. You may be asked to define misconduct and give example of conduct. So, definition of the misconduct is a specific act of wrongdoing or improper behavior which can be investigated and proved. Now, let us now go to examples of misconduct. Now, for the purpose of the interview you want to face, I have developed acronyms that will make it easy for you, that will make it easier for you to remember when you are being asked. And you know, in the interview day, they call you in 5 or 10, in some cases in 5s, in some cases in 10s. That question, if you have to now say, state 2 examples of misconduct, it is possible that that one you want to mention, ẹni tó wà níwájú ẹ ti sọ, ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ by my experience. Ṣé mo kọ́ mo sọ pé mo ti wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ ti pẹ́? PMB tí wọ́n ti pọ̀ gan over 2,000 ní. So when I'm talking with experience. Ẹni tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lè ti dáhùn nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ. And for you now to reboot and quickly think of another one, o lè má rí sọ mọ́. But with the acronyms I've developed, you will get it. Oh yeah, everybody, write the following acronyms. Divided flame in capital. Divided flame. So that D, the first D, stands for dishonesty. The second one, I, stands for insubordination. Insubordination is a misconduct. V, you know I said divided flame. V stands for violation of oath of secrecy. Violation of oath of secrecy. Improper dressing. Then another D, drunkenness. Drunkenness. Ẹlòmíì fẹ́ni jáyẹ ó máa kó sápò lọ sọ́fíìsì ni. That sachet gin. Ẹlòmíì àti lò kó tó wá. Ẹlòmíì tó bá dọ́fíìsì ló ṣe máa dà jẹ. Ẹlòmíì lọ́sàn-án gan ló máa dà jẹ. That is drunkenness. So, E, engaging in trade or business. Engaging in trade or business. D, divided loyalty. Divided loyalty. F, fighting. Àti sọ divided ìtọ́ni yẹn. We are now under flames. Flames. So F, fighting. On no account should you fight with any of your colleagues. Kò sí nǹkan tẹ́ni ò bá ṣe láyé yìí. Fighting is a misconduct. It's a serious misconduct that can terminate someone's appointment. Not only that, loitering. Loitering. Not only that, absence from duty without leave. Absent from duty without leave. Another one, M, the next one is M. M is misappropriation of funds. M, misappropriation. E, the flame there. E, embezzlement. Embezzlement. Another X, which is the final X, is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. So those acronyms that will make you remember quickly. Divided flame. Because what is subordination? What is fighting? What is embezzlement? What okay, one might delete a local what is V, which is violation of oath of secrecy. Another one, engaging in trade and business. So the next one I want to talk about is sanctions or punishment for misconduct or serious misconduct. There are some prescribed sanctions or punishment stated in the public service rule. So you may be asked to mention some sanctions for misconduct. Number one, dismissal. 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 Number two, reduction in rank, which is also called demotion. Reduction in rank, which is also called demotion. That is when an officer on grade level 13 is now demoted to grade level 12. That is demotion. Then reduction in salary. The salary of officers may be slashed. Pay for this period to this period. Half salary, no magba. For this period to this period, your 30% of the salary. Not only that, withholding or deferment of increment. Withholding or deferment of increment. The next one, surcharge. Surcharge. But I want you account office new officers meta the lower and be. That is surcharge. Then next one, reprimand. Reprimand is giving someone last warning or final warning or serious warning. The next one, suspension. Suspension. Suspension meaning that officer in question will not come to work and he will not be paid. It could be for 1 month, it could be for 2 months, but it is not advisable to give more than 3 months suspension for officer. Hello? Hello, are we there?
Yeah, okay, we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So, suspension should not be more than 3 months. Should not even go up to. It is even bad. Give someone that you say you should not come to work and is will not collect salary for 3 months. It is very disastrous. So 1 month suspension, at most 2 months is okay. So then you have termination of appointment. Termination of, as we have explained, termination of appointment. So that sanction. Another sanction is compulsory retirement. Another sanction is compulsory retirement. Another sanction is compulsory retirement. So an officers can be given compulsory retirement in the sense that, let's say if that officer, let's say for example, we have a teacher.
Hello, Mr. Hakim.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Hakim.
Yes, so I'm with you. You can't get me again. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, we are getting you now. Go ahead.
Somebody's calling me. Okay.
Is it possible to round up by 5:50 so that we can stop by the hour?
Okay. By hours of 6, Abi. Okay, I'll try and round up. So compulsory retirement. So, like I was talking about that teacher, that maybe students came home, came to late, they are late to school. Teacher ẹ wá ń ná wọn, ibi tó ti ń ná wọn, ẹgbẹ́ wa bà student lójú, ojú ọmọ wa fọ́. But nígbà tó wá pé PMB lórí teacher yìí, we now realize that teacher is a wonderful teacher. He even had so many years to fi gba commendation, letter of commendation, labanu file, he pé is very good and is teaching very well. But èṣù tó máa ṣe ń jọ ẹni tọmọ tó lọ nà tí ojú lọ fọ́. So instead of giving that teacher serious attention, that teacher can be given as to, instead of giving that teacher, we can ask teacher to go on compulsory retirement so that kò ní ní record tí ó dá. So then the last one is suspension of increment. So these are the various sanctions of misconduct or serious misconduct. Please note it. Now let's quickly talk about leave. Leave is an authorized absence of an officer from duty for specific period of time. It is an authorized absence of an officer from duty for a specific period of time. And there are about 18 types of leave in the public service rule. Now, because of time, let me quickly give you an acronym that will make you understand those types of leave in the public service rule. 18. So everybody write the same PLC. D as the capital letter D. Then SAM, same PLC, capital LC. So D means deferred leave. Deferred leave. Deferred leave. S, we have sick leave. S, sick leave. Another S is study leave with pay. Study leave with pay. Another S is study leave without pay. Another S is study leave without pay. Then we have sabbatical leave. Sabbatical leave. We have sport leave. Sport leave. So this S Tony here. Let us go to A. We have 2 A's. We have annual leave. Annual leave. Then we have adoption leave. Adoption leave. So A Tony here. Let's go to M. Maternity leave, which is granted to the field officers for 6 months or 24 weeks. Maternity leave. Then E, examination leave. Examination leave. Then we have P. We have P. P is paternity leave. Leave granted to male for 10 consecutive days. So paternity leave. Then another P, pre-retirement leave. That's the leave you go before your retirement. Pre-retirement leave. Then another P, proportionate leave. Proportionate leave. Then L. Let's go to L, where we have leave of absence. Leave of absence. Then we have leave on grounds of urgent private affair. Leave on grounds of urgent private affairs. Ẹni tí ọkọ ẹ̀ kú tó ìkú lọ́tún la, ó lè gba leave ọjọ́ méjì kó fi lọ òkè odò, kó lọ ra ata, kó lọ rewédú, kó lọ ra tó bẹ́ẹ̀ fi ṣe yẹn. But àwọn officers mi ò mọ̀ pé leave yẹn wà. Tí ó bá ṣe irú nǹkan báyìí dé. Then leave for cultural and sporting activities yẹn náà wà. Leave for cultural and sporting activities wà. Then we have leave to take part in trade union activities. Leave to take part in trade union activities. Irú chairman association of senior civil servants nísìn, ó wà ní UK báyìí. And that is why they organize that tutorial that they used to do at the auditorium. Then lastly, we have casual leave. Casual leave, which is granted for 7 working days. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of time. And let me draw the curtain of the my lecture there. If you question asked now because of the time. Thank you. God bless you and success. I wish you so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of my colleagues, we really appreciate your depth knowledge about public service rules and the way you have broken it down to each and every one of us. Thank you very much. God will continue to bless you and God will continue to bless you.
Amen.
So,
thank you.
For people that have
questions,
thank you,
sir.
Ceci and Mr. Agbola,
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
Yes, I couldn't get the last acronym for leave. The reception, the network is so bad. I couldn't get the last acronym for leave.
Okay. I'll say it again. It's D. D as in D. D for dog. D. Same. S-E. PLC. PLC. Yes, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
You have any questions?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, sir.
Yes, I want to also thank you for the detailed explanation. It's very well appreciated. I just want to seek a clarification, sir. Okay. When you are employed into the service, you will be given a letter of appointment.
Yes.
It has a date on it. Now, when you resumed at the place you are posted to start the work, you will be given an adoption certificate, which also has a date. Now, in filling your record of service or any other form, and they ask date of first appointment, which date of first appointment?
Good. That's a fantastic question. Now, in that scenario you give me now, the officer's date of assumption of duty will be considered, because it's possible for you to have a letter, to receive a letter, and you don't resume a month or 2 months. Am I communicating? Hello?
Very well.
So it is the date you actually resume that we considered. So date in Yelemama Lolo as your date of first assumption, as your date of first appointment. Yes. Date in Yelemama Lolo. Then in the situation where you don't have your assumption of duty certificate, so date of the letter alone. So that is it. So other questions. Hello? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We sincerely appreciate you. When you were explaining, sir, that where maybe 3 people, you painted a scenario that 3 people got the letter of appointment.
Yes, same day, yes.
Okay, sir. So they got the letter the same day.
Yes.
And one of them happened to be outside the station. He wasn't around on time. The other person decided I will come in at the beginning of the new month. That's the incoming month.
Exactly.
And then another person went to resume immediately.
Good.
So the fellow, of course, the fellow who went to resume immediately becomes
the most senior.
But I noticed that you didn't remember to mention that provided the 3 of them are on the same grade level, they are placed on the same grade level. Okay,
he said it. I said it. I said they are coming with BSE.
He said it.
I said maybe they are coming with BSE. So definitely they will begin on the same grade level.
Okay. I actually missed that information. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Next question. I want Please, feel free to ask questions. Oh.
Only please.
Okay.
Mr. Hakim.
Sir.
You know, because
Mr. Olaigbe.
Mr. Olaigbe, sorry. Because you know, most people here, they are gerontologists age.
Okay.
They are gerontologists, people of old age. So before the next lecture, we want them to stretch their body, relax, because we have been sitting for almost 2 hours. So medically, we want them to stand up, stretch themselves before we come for the next class.
Up to 5 hours.
So before we start the next class, so anybody that asks any question, you can post it on the chats. We can help you with the relevant section to answer your question. Thank you very much. We
thank you so much, sir,
for your contribution and everything. So we start the next class in the next 10 minutes. By 6:10, we start the next class. So we can relax, take drinks, take water. If you want to take guru, take guru. If you want to take take.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you all.
It's nice. It's nice being with you at this time. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Prevention. If you need materials to read, my materials at the gate of the secretariat. You see my name written there. I have 2 materials that I wrote. I have 2 books that I wrote. One on public service rule, and one on general knowledge and current affairs. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. So you can that man that sells book at the gate, ask it. The books are correct, are questions and answers, likely questions and the answers to be asked. So they are straightforward things. So have a wonderful weekend, sir. Amma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you all. Wish you all success.
Amen.
Bye bye.
Thank you,
bye-bye.
sir.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Bye bye.
Okay, my gerontology group, we can go and relax, exercise your body, and while we resume back.
Do we go offline and come online back?
You can come, but if network will not be bad. But the Zoom, this thing will be open. It will be there.
Okay.
It will be there. So just come back and log in back.
Okay, thank you very much.
So,
thank you, Nafisi.
Thank you, sir.
Our doctors in the house, we appreciate all of you. Colleagues, thank you all very much. We appreciate you all.
Mr. Bankole will start by 6:10. Mr. Bankole will start by 6:10 on climate change policy in Lagos State. And
okay, that's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Continue. Okay, please do not worry.
You are sleeping. You are eating my food. See your body. You are just eating my food. Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you. Hello, good evening, everybody. Yeah, for those of us who are still here, this is not compulsory. It's not compulsory, it's just an appeal. Mr. Olaigbe did not ask for any remuneration when we contacted him to help us in the lecture. But, you know, some of our colleagues are sending message and saying, okay, how much are we paying demand? Did you pay demand any money? So if you feel free, what you just need is voluntary donation. Voluntary donation, let's just appreciate the man. You know, calling somebody, he has been lecturing for the past 1 week. He has been lecturing for the past 1 week, going from one ministry to the other. So when we decided to put our own optional Zoom, so he said, okay, he will take it on Saturday. So if you have the mind to just do voluntary donation, let's try and see what we'll have and appreciate the man. Thank you all.
Lasisi, are we ready?
Yeah, we are ready. We are ready.
Okay. I may have to share my screen, but let me say good evening, colleagues, senior colleagues, and my friends. I don't know where to start, but
good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. I'm supposed to be talking on climate change. So what I decided to do, because I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we can.
So I'm just going to go through the
Make
basics
it full screen
of climate change, so that which, if the question comes, we'll be able to answer. Because if I have to go, I don't want to go deep into the subject matter, because many of us may not need it, but we just need simple definitions, and then we can talk through other things that we want to know. So just give me. I want to. So once again, good evening, friends. Here I have, like I said, I'm going to be going through the basic definition of what climate change is all about. Because many a times people mistake climate change for what's it called now? We mistake climate change for weather, and then that does not help us when we are defining climate change. So I'm sorry, my system is giving me some issues here. Sorry, just give me a few minutes. So basically, what is climate? Sometimes is almost similar to weather, but is different from weather. Climate change is different from weather. Weather is a change. Can you still see my screen, or is it blank?
We can.
Okay.
But I'll prefer you making in this full presentation mode.
I'm trying to. Sometimes this thing just gives you a lot of problem.
Okay.
Just let's wait. Let's give it some few minutes. Yeah. So we are on the full screen now. So let me go to the first slide. I've been struggling with this thing since 4 o'clock. Don't know. So climate change basically refers to change in weather patterns over a period of time. That is when we are talking about climate change, we are talking about change in weather pattern, change in temperature, change in precipitation for close to a decade. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. That is what climate change means. It is different from weather, because weather can just be, you wake up in the morning, the atmosphere can change from bring sunny to cloudy. And they said, that's climate change. That's not climate change. Climate change is a significant weather change over a period of time. And I'll give you an example. If you follow the the change in weather and temperature over the course of 5-6 years, you will see that it's either the time of rainy season has shifted from what we normally knew it to be. By January, we expect the first rain to fall. By March, we expect the rain to come. But this year, I don't think any one of us have experienced rainfall at all. It means that there is a shift in the weather pattern, and this has been happening over the course of the year. Last year was determined to be the hottest year in history, but I think this year we are going to have it's going to be even hotter than last year. So whenever you are asked about climate change, define climate change or what you understand by climate change, all you just need to say is that it is a variation in temperature, precipitation over a period of time. And then another thing that we also need to know, we talk about it, but many people don't understand what it means. And that is the greenhouse effect. Greenhouse effect is different from global warming. And that is why I have deliberately put all these definitions so that we can understand it. Greenhouse effect is the process by which radiation from the planet's atmosphere warms the planet's surface to the temperature above what it will be or without its atmosphere. What we are saying is, take the atmosphere as an umbrella. That is what happened in the atmosphere. There is a covering over the head, and then there is irradiation from the sun. This radiation from the sun is supposed to come into the umbrella and warm the earth to a certain temperature. Without this warming effect or greenhouse effect, the earth will be too cold. So the sun will yield its sunlight, its rays, to come into the atmosphere to make sure that we have a little warm and a little cold. Depending on the amount of radiation that comes from the atmosphere, it determines the amount of temperature that you are going to record here on Earth. Let's assume that sun refused to give out radiation. What you are going to have on Earth is a total, complete cold season. But it has been done in such a way that radiation comes from the sun, which is another planet, and enters into the Earth's surface to cause a greenhouse effect, a warming effect here on the Earth. And then you also need to know that for this greenhouse effect to happen, we need carbon dioxide and methane. These are greenhouse gases that are very, very important to us. What they do is they trap the heat coming from the sun and then be releasing it bit by bit. The right amount of carbon dioxide, the right amount of methane will cause greenhouse effects. But what we have now is what we call global warming. Global warming is a long-term increase in the average surface temperature of the Earth. And what causes this? The carbon dioxide or the greenhouse gases have been, the concentration or the amount of these gases have increased. So therefore, they have attracted the radiation coming from the sun. Let's say hypothetically, if the normal greenhouse gases that are supposed to be on the atmosphere is 5, and now you have increased it to 100, what it means is that all the 100 will attract this heat, and then they will dissipate the heat back to the Earth. And that's why we're having global warming. And this global warming is the one that we are experiencing now that we call climate change impact and whatever. And I need to also state here that what causes global warming, or why are we experiencing global warming, is because of our activity from the fossil fuel, from deforestation, from burning of waste, burning of tires, and all those stuff. Those activity, even landfilling, or as we call it in Lagos, dump sites, it increases the numbers of carbon dioxide, the numbers of methane, the number of water vapor in the atmosphere. And when these gases are increased, the amount of heat they will trap is going to be increased. And then the amount of warmth that you experience on the earth is also going to increase. Now, these greenhouse gases I'm talking about that causes global warming, what are they? We have about 7, but the major ones that we need to consider ourselves, that we need to know, is carbon dioxide, that is CO2, methane, CH4, the nitrous of oxide, that is N2O, the oxide of sulfur. We also need to know that one. And then fluorinated gases, the hydrofluoro gases. These are the greenhouse gases that causes global warming. And they are increased in the atmosphere by our action. Another thing that we also need to know when we talk about climate change and global warming is what we call carbon footprints. Carbon footprints simply means the amount of greenhouse gases that you are emitting directly or indirectly. Directly can be through burning. Indirectly can be through the production activity. So carbon footprint means that every one of us are responsible for the increase of these gases. So when we talk about carbon footprint, it means that, okay, what are you contributing? What is my carbon footprint? What is your carbon footprint? What are those activities that I'm doing? I have a generator, petrol generator, diesel generator. I have a car. I don't give my waste to Loma. I burn my waste. All this increases your footprint. Again, to also calculate carbon footprint, sometimes we have to look at your food pattern. Do you consume food, meat? Because meat is another what is this English now? Meat consumption increases the number of greenhouse gases. And somebody may want to ask me, how can meat consumption lead to greenhouse gases? The production or producing the meat is what we take into consideration. The meat will consume the grass. Normally, the grass is supposed to be a carbon zinc, but the cows, the ram, the goats, they will eat this grass. And when we calculate the footprint, it means that we are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide that will be trapped in the atmosphere. In climate change, when they ask you a question, what are the actions you take in climate change? There are 2 basic actions that we talk about. And the first one is mitigation. Mitigation, by the word itself, the English definition, is what you do to prevent. So when they ask a question, for instance, climate change can be reduced in what way and what way? The first answer is mitigation. Mitigation action we prevent the emission of greenhouse gases. And what are these mitigation actions that we are talking about? We know it, but sometimes because maybe exam pressure or maybe because we don't think about it very well, we may forget. Tree planting is one of the mitigation method. When you plant trees, you mitigate the release of carbon into the atmosphere because carbon, the trees that you have planted, we store their carbon storage materials. They collect the carbon dioxide and they release onto us oxygen, which means as soon as the carbon dioxide is produced, they purify the carbon dioxide, they take the carbon because they need it, then they release oxygen onto us. Another mitigation action is when you do renewable energy. Many of us now, because NEPA is not reliable, and thank God for the removal of the subsidy, many of us are now using inverter, solar panel. So this is a mitigation effect because the process of producing the power that we use in our house also generates lots of CO2, lot of SO2, and then the nitrous oxide. So mitigation is the action you take to reduce or to prevent the emission of greenhouse gases. Another one that we also need to know, the second leg of the actions that we take in climate change is called adaptation. Adaptation from the word adapt. That is, as individuals, as society, as an ecosystem, we adjust what we do so that we don't impact the climate, we don't impact the atmosphere. Adaptation is adjustment by individuals, by society, to minimize the negative impact of climate change. If you start sorting out your waste, for instance, you turn your organic waste into biogas or biofuel. What you have done is that you have adapted. When you don't use the whole of your house, you don't concretize the whole of your house, you have a little green here and there. It's an adaptation process. When you find another use for the waste of an action, is an adaptation. Like effluents from industries. Instead of just pouring the effluent into the drainage or into the atmosphere, into the environment, we reuse this effluent as a raw material for another thing. So you are doing adaptation. When you build your house and you allow cross ventilation and you don't use grid, national grid or NEPA, you use solar panel, what you are doing is you are adapting. And when you mitigate and you adapt, what we are trying to create is climate resilience. And what is climate resilience? Is that the ability of a system to anticipate or to prepare or to respond to climate-related stresses and shocks. We may need to go and read a little bit on our resilience document, Lagos State Resilience Strategy. It talks about stresses and shocks. What do we do to accommodate the stresses? What do we do to accommodate the shocks? For instance, Lagos has been touted to go underwater by 2050. And if this happens, if the flood continues, the flood is going to bring stress to the infrastructure in the state, and it will send shocks to other related infrastructure, or something that we call interdependence. Let me break it down. If, for instance, it rains for a full day in Lagos continuously, or for 2 days continuously, what is going to happen is that we are going to experience flood. Now, when we experience flood, It is not only the flood that is the impact of the continuous rainfall. The flood is going to affect hospitals because by the time there is stagnance of water, there will be cholera or other health challenges. It's going to affect schools because nobody will go to school. It's going to affect markets because nobody will go to market. Even light, we know that as soon as it begins to rain heavily, NEPA will take their light. So climate resilience is now the ability for the state or for individual to be able to anticipate, okay, it is going to rain. Do I do rainwater harvesting? It is going to rain. Should I clean the drainage before time? That is what we call climate resilience, to anticipate, to prepare, to respond. Another word that we can use for respond is early warning signs. If it's going to rain heavily, for instance, or they are going to release water from Oyo River Basin, the people that are living across the water line, the floodplain lines, we tell them they are going to release water, leave the place. Because if they don't, the stress and the shocks is going to be affected and it's going to affect their life. So climate resilience is the ability to respond to what is going to come. Now, when we talk about climate change, we talk about global warming. There is a word that we always overlook, and that word is radioactive forcing. Radioactive forcing in climate science is to quantify the influence that changes in the concentration of greenhouse gases or aerosol and other factors have on the Earth balance, Earth energy balance. The more greenhouse gases that we have, the high number of their concentration, like I said, in global warming, is going to affect the balance of the energy here on the Earth. If the concentration is 2, for instance, and it means that if 2 is the normal temperature, the concentration is 2 that is supposed to be there, it means that the temperature here on the Earth is going to be balanced. But any attempt to increase that concentration of the greenhouse gas is going to have an increase in the energy balance here on Earth. And let me use an analogy. Boil water, put it in a cup. That water is hot. Then open it up and continue to pour that water, the cold water, into the hot water. What you are going to find when you continually check the hotness of the water, you see that the hotness will be reducing bit by bit. If you don't stop the cold water running into the hot water, at the end of the day, what you are going to get is totally cold water. So when we talk about radioactive forcing, we are talking about the difference between the incoming energy and the outgoing radiation to the Earth, to the atmosphere. It must be balanced, or else it's either it is too cold or it is too hot. I hope I'm making sense. That is the science behind global warming. If the incoming and the outgoing, if it is too broad, if it is too big, then you are going to have a change in either the Earth is too hot or the Earth is too cold. Like I said, wrote here, positive radioactive forcing leads to net increase in energy entering the Earth's atmosphere, causing warming. But any attempt to have a negative radioactive forcing will increase the energy, and then you will experience cold. So you can say in Nigeria now, what we are experiencing may be positive radioactive forcing, but when you go to where, maybe Canada, for instance, what you see is cooling effect that is taking place in that area. Now, what are the reasons for radioactive forcing? Like I said, it is still this dirty dosing, this dirty substance that is causing this increase in the atmosphere temperature or reduction in temperature, carbon dioxide and methane. And that is why when we talk in climate change, we always talk in terms of carbon dioxide and methane. And one thing I want us to know here, that methane is more potent, more dangerous than carbon dioxide. It stays longer in the atmosphere. It's about 24 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide. And where is this methane formed? From our landfill, from our waste in our homes. What we do in Lagos today is we bury all our waste in Olusosun, in Solus, or wherever we have landfill. And at the moment, we cannot quantify the amount of methane that is in the ground. And then again, let me also stress that when we see landfill go on fire, it is not because somebody has, ignited the landfill. It is just because the methane has reacted with the increase in temperature, and there is a self-ignition, and that is how you see fire in the landfill site. Another thing that they may want to ask, because some people may want to go deep into climate change, is what we call representative concentration pathway. Representative concentration pathway. And this pathway is, we all know what pathway is. It is a scenario that we create to project future greenhouse gas concentration and what is going to happen to it. For instance, we can say that CO2 is going to increase or CO2 is going to decrease. When it increases, there is an associated impact to it. When it reduces, there's an associated impact to it. So what helps us to project that scenario pathway is what we call the RCP, to tell us to project into the future what our greenhouse gas concentration is. For us in Lagos, when we did our emission inventory, we calculated the amount of carbon that is in the atmosphere at the present moment. And then we now use that value, we drop it into a scenario pathway model. And then we created scenarios. Scenarios is to simulate, to assume that this is going to happen, play it out in different dimensions. To say, okay, if we continue the way we are doing in Lagos, is our carbon going to reduce or our carbon going to increase? So what helps us to either determine our carbon reducing or increasing is what we call the RCP. Now, these RCP are in different levels. There are about 4 or 5 of them. But you need to also know that the formula or the how we express RCP is weight per meter raised to power 2. So that is watts per square meter, sorry. That is the radioactive forcing when we talk about RCP. Now, like I said, we have different types of RCP. RCP 2.6 is the most important one that everybody aspires to achieve. The Paris Agreement says that we must maintain temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade. As of last year, the temperature, the global temperature is 1.6, which means we have a lot of things to do. 1.6 is not good. It's not good for us. It's not good for the earth. 1.5 is the ideal standard that has been agreed on by the climate scientists. So RCP 2.6 is telling us that we are going to do stringent mitigation scenario where greenhouse gas emission will peak around 2020 and decline rapidly. What it means is that when you have your baseline, your greenhouse gas emission can be 100, but the actions that you must take the action to reduce that peak. The slope must come down to 0. So it means that with our results here in Lagos, what the government needs to do is to do serious mitigation. You know, sometimes ago, during Raji Fashola's tenure, that's when we started tree planting. The tree planting, some people think that is only for beautification. No. The tree planting exercise is to help us to clean our air quality. Those in LASEPA will understand what I'm saying. The air quality of Lagos is very, very polluted. And one of the things that we need to do to clean the air quality of Lagos is to plant more trees, to create forest areas, to create tree canopies so that we can clean up our atmosphere. That is one of the major things that we need to do. So RCP 2.6 help us to do the modeling. Another RCP that another type is RCP 4.5, which means that we'll just continue to live our life the way we are living it. We will not do anything. By 2040, what you are going to get is that your carbon concentration will have increased to the maximum. Then you can now say, okay, by 2040, let me begin to now carry out some mitigation efforts. Let me begin to stabilize. I can't continue to live like this. It's like somebody that took more than enough bottle of beer. At the end of the day, he will now put his hand in his mouth and vomit it out. But when he was still taking the beer and they are telling him, you have enough, he said, I don't, it's not enough yet. Let me continue. So he will take it to the place that his body can no more take it. And then he will now begin to do action to reduce those emissions. That is RCP 4.5. RCP 6.0 is a place whereby we'll continue to live our life. We'll say that, oh, what climate scientists are saying is rubbish. Let's continue the way we are living our life to 21st century. Then at the end of 21st century, we can start taking action. Then the last one is RCP 8.5. This is that we are not going to take any action at all. We just continue our life. But if you are a climate scientist, what this one tells us, as soon as I see a document, and that document is quoting RCP 8.5, it means alarm bell should be ringing in my head. We need to quickly, begin to do action. And when we do our pathways, unfortunately, I don't have that slide here. When we do our pathways, you will see that we play with these scenarios, these 4 scenarios, to see where Lagos will be by 2045. And I kid you not, the action that we need to take is RCP 2.5, so that we can reduce significantly the effect of climate change here in Lagos. And maybe I should also say here that in Lagos, they can ask you a question and ask you, what are the CIDs of climate change? CID means, if the person wants to convince you, you say CID. But what CID means is climate impact driver. Climate impact driver. So somebody asking you, what is the climate impact driver? Because we are going to level 16, we are going to level 15, we are going to level 17. They expect that you are an authority in all field. So what are the climate impact drivers for Lagos? Number one, sea level rise. And what causes sea level rise? Increase in precipitation. Precipitation means increase in amount of rainfall. When the rain continues to fall unabatedly, and then you have sea level rise. When sea level rise happens, there is going to be flooding. There is what we call coastal flooding, and there's another that we call river flooding. When the flood in the society, in the rural area, in the urban center, when the water in the city is higher than the sea, or they are equal, whereby the water from the society can no more go into the ocean or into the lagoon, then the water will remain there, and they have their own effects. The second climate impact drivers is extreme temperature, and we are experiencing it now. If you have a smartwatch, check your temperature, it's either 35 degrees centigrade or 41 degrees centigrade. And when you have increase in temperature, what are the things that are associated with it? Health challenges. In the north, as soon as the temperature reaches 41, 45 degrees centigrade, they start giving them meningitis injection, because meningitis, what we call lukuluku, begin to happen. The third climate impact driver, remember the first one is sea level rise, the second one is extreme temperature, and the third one is extreme flooding. Those are the three major ones that research has told us that Lagos is suffering from. Now, the RCP, like I was saying before, is going to help us to provide a range of possible future assumptions. Mr. Governor is not an expert in climate change. He's not an expert in environmental management. But it is our work to make him understand by playing the different scenarios for him. Let's cast our mind back to, is it 2011, when there was so much flooding that people from the up Nigeria cannot come to the south, and people from the south cannot go up north. The whole road was blocked with water. What came out of it? There was scarcity of food, there was prevalence of sicknesses, businesses nosedive. So we use this RCP to look at, to predict what is going to happen in the future so that we can make a better decision. Another one that is close to it is what we call the shared socioeconomic pathway. Now, when we talk about shared socioeconomic pathway, or SSP, we are looking at the impact of climate change, and we are putting economic importance or economic value around it. Economic importance or economic value around it. For instance, if there is flooding in a particular area, SSP will be able to tell us that we are going to lose XYZ amount of money, or we are going to gain XYZ amount of money. Now, what the SSP is telling us is that if the flood persists and Lagos does not do anything, we continue to live our life the way we are living it, we are going to lose so much. The money that we are going to use in remediating the problem is going to be very, very huge. And let me bring a place that you can relate with. If you are going to Akpobon, National Theatre, we all know National Theatre, Ijora area. The water body around Ijora area, you can take a look at it. And from a scientific point of view, you will know that that water is dead. Is dead economically, is dead socially or physically. That I don't think that there's going to be any living organism surviving in that area. So SSP tells us is a scenario that helps us to assess, the economic, socio-economic importance of our action. And SSP also are into about 4 or 5 types. The first one is what we call SSP1. And SSP1 means sustainability. And this is one of the best. The best thing that we'll need to do in environmental regeneration is to ensure that there's environmental sustainability. So SSP1 is talking about sustainability. SSP2 is middle of the road. You are neither here nor there. 50-50 action. If you cannot do sustainability, let's do 50-50 action. SS3 means regional rivalry. Then we begin to bring inequality, bring conflict and regional competition, like what we do in Nigeria today. If you do something in the Southwest, Southeast will say we are marginalized. If we do something in the North-South, Northwest, North is there is a competition. So SSP3 is talking about uneven economic growth arising from climate change. So this is not a good option for us. The fourth one is inequality. This is what's up. Inequality means that we will do actions that will favor only the wealthy people or the elite and leave those that are not wealthy. In climate change, climate justice, what climate justice talk about is for you to be able to do to everybody equally and not separating one gender or one social class from another. But in climate change setting now, what we experience is that the vulnerable are the lower rung of the ladder and they suffer the effects of climate action. SSP5 is also not advised. So if you're a climate change person and you see a graph, you'll be able to know that, okay, SSP5 is not the way to go. It's either you are SSP1 or SSP2. And sometimes in our modeling and our decision making, we make use of the RCP and the SSP together so that we can inform Mr. Governor of the best decision to take in climate action. So I'm going to conclude and then we can talk about if you have another question. The SSP provide us a range of possible future-based different assumptions so that we can take the best possible solution that we need to have when we are tackling climate change. So these are just the basic things that I think that we need to know, basic definition, basic explanation. Then you also need to also read around Kyoto Protocol. 2 years ago when I was doing my own promotion, they asked me, where is Kyoto Protocol signed? Of course, Kyoto is in Japan. What is the basis of Paris Agreement? The basis of Paris Agreement is to make sure that temperature does not exceed 1.5. What is the conclusion of COP28? The conclusion of COP28 is that developed countries or donor agencies we fund the loss and damage. to the tune of about $700 million. And what it means is that what is loss and damage? If, like, for instance, let's take Ogoni land, where we are getting our oil. We have destroyed the whole of that area. So any fund that we get under loss and damage is supposed to remediate that area. And then we have some other conclusions. So you need to read, get the conclusions, or I can give the conclusions to Mr. Lasisi, and then he can share to every one of us. So these, I think, are the things that we need to know, except you have other questions. Thank you very much. Lasisi, you can take it from here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bankole, for the presentation. On behalf of all the participants, we want to thank you. So if anybody asks, have any question, the floor is open.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bankole. We really appreciate you, sir. I think the only thing I would just want to ask for is what you have addressed, that the documents can be available to be shared so that we will be able to have this and then go through again, especially for those of us who are outside environment, family. We definitely need to go through some of these things again so that at least we'll be able to go along with that. On this note, I want to say a big thank you very much on the behalf of every one of us going for the exercise. God bless you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If any other person have a question, I think they are waiting for us. Put up.
Okay, Madam Sesi, you are on.
Thank you, Mr. Bankole, for the presentation. Well, we will still need the slide to at least brush up before Wednesday. My question is this. I work with Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. And when we're looking at the climate change issue, we believe that when there is climate change, we have rising underground water. And mostly it occurs around the coastal areas. And when we are saying the coastal area, we say Badagry, apart from the high water table area like Lekki, Badagry, Ojo. A majority of people living around this area are low income earners. And when there is rise in water, underground water, it affects the water, it mixed with the mixed liquor in the septic tank. So what is the stand? So in our own end, a lot of sensitization is being going on, but what is the stand of the government when it comes to this coastal area as related to climate change? Thank you.
Okay, ma. Thank you for that question. Definitely, you know that around the coastline, the water table is going to be very high. And that is why I know that even in Laswamo, you advise that septic tank is not the preferred option. So what this is not a climate change related issue per se, but I come from a riverine area, and I know that in my village, sometimes when we dig the ground, arm's length, we get water. The well in my community, we don't even need to add any rope to get water from the well. We just go there, we scoop water from the well. So when you have that high water table, definitely it tells you that you don't have to have septic tank system around that area. Because if you have septic tank system around that area, what you are going to have is a mixture of sewage liquor and underground water, which is not good for the health. And I know that in LASWAMO, there's a document, there's a master plan for the whole of Lagos in terms of sewage or septic infrastructure. So that's what I can say about that. It's not advised to have septic tank where the water table is very, very high.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tokwe, okay, you can come in after Mr. Tokwe. I'll try and make maybe ask question or make a contribution concerning the septic issue. Okay. Mr. Tokwe.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Of course, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm very grateful for this insightful training that you are giving us. Mr. Bankole, sir. Hello?
I'm with you.
Okay. Incidentally, we are both from the Riverine area. No doubt about that. But the question now is, presently in LASEPA, where I am, this air quality parameter data that is being shared almost on daily basis with the public. Yeah. And oftentimes, what we begin to see is that the air quality in most areas are even going bad. So I'm assuming that somebody is asking me now that what policies can we put up as management staff to address this issue. So please, maybe you have some ideas you can share with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Egbo. Can I say coincidentally, I also work on air quality with Ms. Osho, and I know that she's here. What we can do as a state, sincerely speaking, we need all this data, this baseline data, so that it will inform our decision of what to do. Ab initio, we've not taken air quality as important. But now we are having data that we can relate with or relate to. And the data are not even enough because we don't have sensors all over the city. Now, what these data are telling us is that I can take, for instance, Ikeja local government. Look at the air quality of Ikeja local government and relate it to the health challenges in Ikeja local government. If I ask for data from Ministry of Health and from General Hospital, they should be able to give me. It will tell me what if my data, the prevalent particulate matter or organic matter that is prevalent in Ikeja, for instance. So when we have this data, and we have data from the hospitals, from the General Hospital, from Ministry of Health, for us as a scientist, for us as in LASEPA, what we need to do now is to now draft a policy or draft a way forward. What actions do we need to take, for instance? Number one, now we cannot have a clean air quality in Lagos. Why? we are still undergoing massive construction. Lagos is a construction house. So that is there. The particulate matter in EA department, there was a time we did a research, we collected data the morning and the evening and the afternoon. And what we had was that the particulate matter 2.5 and 10 are very high in the morning and high in the evening. But in the afternoon, it's always very down. Why? It's because everybody is moving in one direction in the morning. And in the afternoon, when you're coming back from work, we're also moving in one direction. So that one tells us as a state government that the current work structure in Lagos is not, should be looked at again. In developed countries, there are some people in America, for instance, they've not left their city all their life. Now, Lagos State is creating CBDs. What the CBD should do is also to take a mini secretariat to the CBD so that people don't have to travel from Ikorodu to Alausa or from Ajegunle or from Alimosho to Alausa. We increase the number of vehicular emission. And then we need also to look at our BRT system. Some people have argued that this thing that we usually do, MOT test that we usually do for our cars, has been designed for private vehicles. What happens to the yellow buses? Most of the yellow buses, what they spew out is very dangerous. I know most of them uses diesel, and the CO2 is very high. So we need to look at our system, decentralize Alausa, look at our transport system, look at our health infrastructure. This is the only way we can decongest the city center. And when we have a localized problem in an area, then we can solve it locally instead of trying to solve the whole problem of Lagos at a time. So we need this baseline data to make an informed decision on what we need to do. During Ambodi's period, I was one of the people that was against this BRT system. Not that I'm against the BRT totally, the infrastructure, because there's a way you can do infrastructure that you can, the trees, the green, and the road can work together. But what did we do? We destroyed some trees that have been there for long years because we want to create infrastructure for road. And this is not the way to go. So we must look at it. And then the work is in LASEPA's court. They must continually keep the record, the air quality record. By the time we are able to get 1 year, 2 years sustained record, then we can now analyze it based on local government by local government and, you know, benchmark it against the prevailing sickness or diseases in that local government, and then be able to postulate solutions to what we need to do. And then again, we need to invest in air quality monitoring sensors and centers. I don't think that Ms. Osho has enough sensor to work with. I'm not even sure that she has a center. We both went for a program on air quality. And when our people from South Korea was delivering their report, if you see their center, in fact, it's like Lagos, the ground should just open up, and we are not there yet. So we need this consistent data so that we can make informed decision. Data is very, very important.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bankole. I want to draw our attention to something. Thank you that we are talking about air quality. I'm sharing a picture, and I know this kind of picture has been online for the past 2 months. or probably 3 months, LASEPA and UNILAG air quality monitoring. You see, to me, we want to communicate information. I won't determine whether we are communicating the right information or we are not communicating the right information. Science communication is something that is very, very difficult. You look at it, they said air quality index, OJO 80.7. Air quality index, OJO 80.7. And the parameters they are measuring is only 2.5. 2.5 does not determine air quality index. It's unfortunate the day they were doing the cascading of the data in LASEPA, I was outside for an official assignment. That was the day I saw Banana Island. I saw the air quality of Banana Island also unhealthy. I don't know how we are interpreting this data. Somebody have to explain to me. That was the day this issue was discussed on TVC. It was embarrassing. The journalist was asking the XA a question on this data. The XA did not know that this is the question they are going to ask him. If we want to put pictorial picture to explain data, I think it is better for us to explain it very well. Somebody have to tell me why they are making OJO unhealthy when it is only based on 2.5. For you to have air quality index of a place, there are choice parameters you use for air quality index. So have we decided to measure all the, is it only based on 2.5? So I think people, I think that's what the data talker is looking at. A lot of citizens have been talking. If you go on Twitter, when we put this thing on Twitter and people see the charts we are putting, Egbeda, they want to tell me that Unilag Gates is far better than Egbeda. At what point? Lamata K2, the research lab, if the Unilag research lab is even better than Egbeda in terms of PM. So I don't know. I've seen this for the past 2 months and I've wondered, for anybody that have air quality, they have choice parameter you use for air quality index, and it is not based on 2.5 alone. If other parameters are used, let them show us the other parameters. Daily microgram per cubic of 2.5 in area across Lagos. We cannot use 2.5 alone to determine air quality index of Lagos. And thank God that Tokwe raised the issue, and I decided to go and pull up one of these data. So this is one thing. If we really want to get database, let us have that database. Let's do the monitoring for years before we start concluding on it.
Mr.
That's the take. Thank you.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, you can come in. No.
Like I said, my office work with LASEPA on air quality. No, don't just still share that data, that chart. We all of us where we are, we can go to our phone, our Play Store or our Apple iStore and download Echo. Echo is an online app, and it will be to tell you what the air quality in your areas are. Now, I think it is better to start something than not start at all. And I also know in very few weeks from now, we are going to receive about 12 sensors. And those sensors, Mr. Shaw is here, are going to measure the oxide of nitrogen, the PM 2.5, and I think PM10, and other parameters. And again, the urgency of environment has been docile over the years. Is one of the reasons why everybody has to be on their feet to do something. And like I said, it's better to have a bad data than not have any data at all. And this value that we are having, I will tell you categorically that we don't have sensors in most of this area. We don't have sensors in these areas, but we have to make do with what we have. LASEPA can only get better. And when all of us will critique inward and we can add our voice to what they do at the agency, then I think the sky can only be the limit.
Sorry, can I comment, please?
Yes, Ms. Osho.
Yes. As I said, all this area instigated here all have sensors. They all have echo sensors there. We have deployed 19 sensors in all this. Each of these mentioned locations have sensors there installed 24 hours and is measuring 24 hours reading on PM 2.5. And I want to detone that PM 2.5 is the main major globally for air pollution. Why? Because it's the most dangerous part of the pollution, which can lead to millions of deaths. And that is why globally, PM 2.5 has been the major where or globally even WHO are looking at. Apart from all other gases that we have as air pollutants. PM 2.5, even now we're looking down to PM 2.1 as at now, going down. So PM 2.5 is a global thing that globally we're all looking at. And for us to have that sensors in Lagos now is a privilege that we can have real-time measurements of air pollution on PM 2.5. And that's why we need to give it out to people to be aware that Lagos State air pollution is something that we should look into because air has no space. We have no air shed. What happens there on air can affect anybody at anywhere at any moment. And so it's critical for us to have this data on so that we create awareness on people so that they can able to mitigate their activities which affect air pollution. Which affect the atmosphere, that leads to air pollution because there's no band, there's no boundary in this kind of pollution. And we can say that PM 2.5 is a deadly pollutant globally that even WHO is looking at. And that's why we can use it as an air quality index at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Osho. I think you said it well. I don't have any problem with this data. Well, I just believe that we need to, be consistent, gather the data, and then in the course of 6 months or 1 year, we can interpret. And then we need to, LASEPA maybe needs to work with Ministry of Health to get data of prevailing ailments or diseases around this area so we can just oppose them together. We can create
okay, but it's the communication that I know about the communication. Most people don't know we are communicating only 2.5. Most Lagosians don't know that we are communicating 2.5.
And that's why now the data is now on our website. The raw data, once you go to our website, you can even on your phone, just download Echo. Download Echo globally. You have access every 1 hour.
Somebody that it's not on. It's based on 2.5. So let's our science
all of them is on 2.5. All those locations that you are saying is PM 2.5.
That's what I'm saying. Air quality index is not based only on 2.5.
As global, that's what I'm telling you now. Currently, 2.5 is what globally everyone is looking at.
I think you need to
you need to go and look at it. Currently, WHO is looking at PM 2.5 as globally. That's what they are looking at when it comes to air quality index now.
No, because of the
hello,
sensitivity
sir.
of the atmosphere.
I think this is for us to be able to do promotion exercise. If we have anything against this data,
I don't have anything against the data.
No, what I'm saying is that my advice to LASEPA, they can't wait before throwing this one out to the public. We are on a fast track now to do things, but I want to advise that LASEPA, don't wait until we ask you what are the importance or what you must maybe every quarterly or every bi-monthly interpret the data, put it in a press release so that people can juxtapose that data with a prevailing health challenges, and then they can do what they need to do. When the
That's ongoing. It's ongoing now.
Yeah, when the heat became so unbearable, you saw that there was a press release from NIMET that people should drink water, people should use face masks, people should use this. So these are the kind of things, so that it don't just be numbers alone. Let them understand what the numbers are. I think that's what Mr. Aziz is trying to talk about. And then if there are other parameters that we are measuring, we can also include it, so that the academia, the people in the University of Lagos or worldwide will not say, why are you limiting your reading? Because they don't have the privilege of listening to you the way you have explained to us now. It's your data, your document that they are going to read. I hope that one is clear.
Yes, because it's just that that's the sensor that we have for now. But by next month, as I said, another set of 18 sensor is coming in, which will measure SO2, NOx, ozone, and other. But for now, this is what we have, and we can still do something, get our data, as I've said, which we always compile from January. Now we have, for the whole January, we have data on PM 2.5 through these sensors. So gradually we are moving. It's a step, it's a process. We can't just get to the end at it. So it's a process. Now we have first 2.5, then we're going to other air pollutants gradually. That is it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very engaging period for everybody. So at least most of us can now talk about air pollution and air data in Lagos State, and also express ourselves about climate change. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, if Pastor will start with his presentation, then I will take the developmental policy of the state and just general view about ESCO memo. How do you write an ESCO memo? What are the contents of an ESCO memo? And also probably talk about few communication tips in the states. What are ways by which information can be circulated in the ministry? Internal memo, gazettes, others. Thank you. Have a nice evening. And somebody asked a question. The other time when we had a break, we said we really want to appreciate the man that came to make presentation to us. It's not compulsory. It's voluntary. It's not compulsory. It's voluntary. The account number of the officer that the money will be paid to is available. Any contribution will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
I've sent the presentation to you so you can share it.
I'll share it on all the professional platforms and Association of Senior Civil Servants. We share the presentation there so that people can pick it up from there. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Or you want me to share it now if you want to download it via Zoom now? Can I share it now?
You can share it on our professional platform, or you can share it anywhere as long as we get it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. See you. Bye.